Ananta Sirasi. He is the Param Brahman. His prasad is Anna Brahman. His mantra is Sabda Brahman. So we should learn from Jagannath how he looks, how he smiles, how he embraces. He is avatar of Brahman. That's why not necessary to go inside the Jagannath temple. He's coming in form of Arna, Nirmalya. That is the Brahman. So we are taking the dry prasad. When you are in abroad, when you are outside, we are taking that Mahaprasad. To Anname Brahma, so that purify your mind, nutrition your body's canals. So friends, you are welcome. Today is the 6th day and we have 7 speakers. From USA, from UK, from India, from ODISHA, from different angles, different faculties, professors. So, before going to the seminar, so I would request Dr. Satpathy from Central Sanskrit University to start with Veda Path. Dr. Satpathy, please. Dr. Satpathy. Dr. Satpathy. I think some problem with the net. So Nirachala Nivasaya Nityaya Paramattuni Balabhadra Subhadrabhya Jagannathaya Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath. So I would request our President, Sri Prasanna Kumar Mahapatra, the President of Art of Bliss and main coordinator and director of this program, Consciousness. So, sir, please introduce our guest and ball is in your hand to start the seminar with your introductory speech, Dr. Prasanna Kumar Mahapatra. Dr. Prasanna Kumar Mahapatra. Dr. Prasanna Kumar Mahapatra, are you here? Dr. Mahapatra? Any problem?
Sir, mic open.
Come more any?
No, sir, Ankara Mahapatra, sir. Okay.
Dr. Mahapatra? Dr. Satpathy? Dr. Mahapatra? Dr. Mahapatra? Please join, Dr. Mahapatra, please join. Please.
ତାଙ୍କର ଅଡିଓ ଓପନ କରିନାହାନ୍ତି ନା ଅଡିଓ ବନ୍ଦ ଥିଲା ସେ କହିଲେ
ମାମା କହିସାର no no hello yes please yes audible
am I audible?
Yes sir.
Thank you.
Thank you sir. You are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Das. On consciousness. Art of this is organizing International Seminar on Consciousness in collaboration with Central SANSKRIT University, SADASHIV campus, Puri. First of all, my divine pranam, my humble pranam to all the resource persons, to all the intellectuals and the participants who are in this seminar. For last 6 days, we have been discussing about consciousness. Some says it is soul or consciousness. So many times we are also discussing really what consciousness is. Whether it should be realized, whether it is needed to realize or not, whether self-realization is important for human life or not. No doubt. It is important because it allows us to deeply understand our true self, the layers of self-perception, to increase self-awareness, and for the greater fulfillment in life, it is highly essential. If we can realize the self, the consciousness, then and there we may find inner peace and happiness out of this life. However, so many monks, saints, self-realized souls, scientists, medical practitioners, they have defined consciousness in different manners. Today also we have with us saints, psychiatrists, educationists, philosophers, and medical practitioners with us. They will speak consciousness from different angles. We have with us Swami Krishna Keshav, Serving Assistant, Princeton, Bhakti Vedanta Institute of Spiritual Culture and Science, New Jersey, USA. He will speak on the topic, an American perspective on neo-Darwinian evolutionary theory as an obstacle to progress in biology and dynamics in social development. We have with us Dr. Devakanta Behera, Senior Consultant, Liaison Psychiatrist, Great Western Hospital, Sweden, United Kingdom. We have with us Professor Gorang Chananda, the Honorable former Professor of Education, Ravenshaw University, Cuttack. Presently also is working as a professor in R.D. Women's University, Bhubaneswar. He will speak on the topic, developing students' consciousness for self-realization. We have with us Professor Dr. Tofan Pati, Professor of Psychiatry, High-Tech Medical College, Bhubaneswar, and he will speak on the topic, consciousness and mental health. With us, Dr. Sumangala, that means Shilpi Saxena. She is also with us. She is the servitor scientist, Sri Chaitanya Saraswati Institute of Spiritual Culture and Science, Sri Chaitanya Saraswati Institute, Navadip, West Bengal. She will speak on the topic, why is consciousness not generated through chemical process, but rather chemical processes are an abstract concept that exist within the realm of consciousness. Dr. Sujata from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. She is also with us. She will speak, Know God Now, no God now, that is self-realization consciousness. With us, Rammohan Mishra, ex-planning member and secretary, Puri Konarka Development Authority, Puri. She will speak on consciousness. So many eminent experts, self-realized souls are with us. So on behalf of Art of Bliss and on behalf of the members, organizing committee members, coordinators and others, I welcome you to this 6th day third international seminar on consciousness. I welcome you, all the honorable resource persons. I welcome you all. I welcome you all. My humble pranam to all of you. Thank you. Namaskar. Pranam. Now this is the time I request Krishna Kesav, serving assistant, Princeton, Bhaktivedanta Institute of Spiritual Culture and Science, New Jersey, USA. He will speak on the topic an American perspective on neo-Darwinian evolutionary theory as an obstacle to progress in biology and dynamic social development. Before inviting him, I request all the participants, please mute your audio and video. By that, we can listen clearly and watch also clearly from our honorable resource persons. I request and invite Krishna Kesav.
Namaste, Dr. Mohapatra. Thank you. I'll be sharing one presentation as a video, and I'll be here for any questions or comments that may come along the way or afterwards as well. I also just want to offer my humble respects to my Gurudev, Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Shripad Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj. Om Jnatamidan Hasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Anything I am presenting is only my imperfect understanding of what he has taught and the work he has been doing for over 50 years. This year, 2024, actually marks 50 years of the Bhaktivedanta Institute, which started in 1974. So I'm very honored to be able to participate in this nice conference and to humbly present whatever I have learned. And yeah, so I'll start with the video. Share. Difficult to progress. Namaste. My name is Krishna Keshava Das, and I am presenting on an American perspective on neo-Darwinian evolutionary theory as an obstacle to progress in biology and dynamic social development. I am the serving assistant to Dr. Bhakti Madhava Puri from the Princeton Bhaktivedanta Institute. Growing up in America's educational system, I'm very much aware of the unquestionable authority with which neo-Darwinian evolution is taught to students. I've witnessed those skeptical of Darwin's theory receiving emotional backlash instead of rational discussion, even from esteemed scientists. Interestingly, Chinese paleontologist Jun Yuan Chen recognized, in China we can criticize Darwin, but not the government. In America, you can criticize the government, but not Darwin. As someone who has also grown up to be very skeptical of his theory, I'm extremely aware of the sensitivity with which any criticism of neo-Darwinian evolution must be handled. I humbly request that the following be considered with unbiased seriousness, and hope that despite its lengthiness, someone may find it valuable. Also, I would like to give honor to the serious, profound efforts of Srila Bhakti Niskam Shanta Maharaj and Srila Bhakti Vigyan Muni Maharaj under the direction of our Sripad Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj, who have been presenting this Darwin under siege for over 10 years throughout India and Nepal. And I hope that this presentation humbly contributes to that same direction. So we can just give a brief overview. Over the past 5 years, institutions affiliated with the U.S. government, such as the National Human Genome Research Institute and the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, have held conferences and published detailed web pages on the negative sociological impacts of neo-Darwinism, including social Darwinism, eugenics, and scientific racism. In 2023, Harvard University's Kenneth C. Griffin Graduate School of Arts and Sciences published a webpage including deliberations on how Darwin's view of nature was biased towards emphasizing characteristics that were present in his own cultural environment. Since the beginning of the 21st century, the European Parliament, South Korea, and India have all significantly questioned the appropriateness of teaching neo-Darwinism to young students, and have gone so far as to remove his theory from textbooks. In 2021, biologists from Oxford University and the University of Chicago published an infographic showing that the 5 most popular evolution textbooks neglect to include conclusions of 21st century biology that challenge neo-Darwinism, yet are crucial for progress in cancer research. So, you may have heard that India removed the neo-Darwinian theory of evolution from their 9th and 10th grade textbooks in 2022. South Korea did the same in 2012. 6 years before that, in 2006, the European Parliament gathered for a seminar on teaching evolutionary theory in Europe. Is your child being indoctrinated in the classroom? Now, aside from polarizing debates defending either neo-Darwinian evolution or creationism, to which there are alternatives, like the Third Way of Evolution project and Evolution 2.0, so the Third Way of Evolution project, it can be found online, has very nice alternatives, biological alternatives from 21st century biology by scientists doing some wonderful research. It's headed by James Shapiro and Dennis Noble. Here's James Shapiro's book on evolution. It's a must-read for anybody who's really interested in learning about the cognitive aspect of life and how this affects evolution, and how evolution is not just random genetic mutation and natural selection. That's, just a fraction and is misleading, actually. There's much more going on, and Dr. Shapiro goes very much in depth about that in his book. This is a second edition that was published a couple years ago. Also, Evolution 2.0 by Perry Marshall, who is a student of James Shapiro. Perry presented at one of our conferences last year, I believe, or the year before that, actually. And so this is, Evolution 2.0 is kind of like an undergraduate version of what evolution, a view from the 21st century is. This is more like a graduate study of these topics. Anyhow. So, there are alternatives, like the Third Way of Evolution and Evolution 2.0. There are also major problems with how evolution is taught to the masses. The 5 best-selling popular evolution books barely mention the cutting-edge discoveries of 21st century biology, which empirically validate that all living entities, from single cells to complex organisms, are purposeful cognitive agents, and that evolution is a goal-directed process influenced by decision-making, cooperation, and problem-solving, where random genetic mutations play a minor role, and, quote, natural selection eliminates and maybe maintains, but it doesn't create, as recognized by evolutionary biologist Lynn Margulis. Such conclusions are crucial to teach both current and up-and-coming scientists as they affect research areas as important as cancer, where embracing the view that all life is cognitive allows cancer to be treated as a cellular communication problem rather than haphazardly being blasted with radiation. This dissent from neo-Darwinism is justifiable from another perspective. The serious social repercussions of neo-Darwinism that Dr. Bhaktinis Kanashanta Maharaj has raised during this conference have been acknowledged by serious and esteemed scientific and academic institutions connected with America's government, such as the National Human Genome Research Institute and the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Given the alternative name to Darwin's On the Origin of Species, which is also called Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life, a title which is meant to elaborate on the notion of natural selection, it is not surprising that ideologies detrimental to human flourishing sprouted from this theory. Such ideologies, including social Darwinism, eugenics, and scientific racism, are included. Eugenics, first put forward by Charles Darwin's own cousin, Francis Galton, is the notion that a superior race could be cultivated through selective breeding. Here, those deemed inferior would dilute or tarnish the superiority of the ideal race. So they were to be eliminated. This influenced Adolf Hitler's racial hygiene project, as acknowledged by the Holocaust Museum. And we have links to those articles if you're interested. Significantly, the National Human Genome Research Institute explains, when the Human Genome Project began in 1990, there was a widespread concern that genomics would lead to a new era of eugenics. For more than 3 decades, the National Human Genome Research Institute research program has funded research on all aspects of the social and ethical implications of genomics, including the legacies of eugenics and scientific racism, in the context of new and emerging genetic and genomic technologies. Building on a long tradition of these legacies, the Genome Research Institute is committed to taking proactive steps to provide leadership in the field of genomics in addressing structural racism and anything that would foster eugenics-based ideas. Together with efforts of the National Institute of Health, including the UNITE initiative, the Genome Research Institute will continue to combat the legacies of eugenics and scientific racism and their present-day manifestations to develop an inclusive and welcoming genomics community. So, to reiterate, these statements are being made by scientific institutions backed by the American government, and not just, low-key institutions. These are the main institutions of genetic research in this country, and they're clearly recognizing the threat of that kind of ideology and the danger of that ideology. So this statement from their fact sheet on eugenics and scientific racism represents the Genome Research Institute's position as of May 2022, up until the present, presumably. Prior to this, considerations of social Darwinism and its corollaries were disregarded as misrepresentations of neo-Darwinian evolutionary theory, as seen in a brief Human Genome Research Institute publication from November 2021, which we can also provide a reference for, and a webpage from the American Museum of Natural History. The Museum of Natural History webpage says, it says, Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection is entirely focused on an explanation of life's biological diversity. It is a scientific theory meant to explain observations about species missing one slide. Okay. So Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection is entirely focused on an explanation of life's biological diversity. It is a scientific theory meant to explain observations about species, yet some have used the theory to justify a particular view of human, social, political, or economic conditions. All such ideas have one fundamental flaw. They use a purely scientific theory for a completely unscientific purpose. In doing so, they misrepresent and misappropriate Darwin's original ideas. So just to clarify, the American Museum of Natural History here is saying that neo-Darwinian evolutionary theory is only a scientific theory meant for scientific purposes, which include explanation of biological diversity and observations about species. So my question is, don't different races of human beings represent biological diversity? Is the social behavior of humans not an observation about species? Unfortunately, this forgetfulness of scientists has existed since 1620, when Francis Bacon asserted, "Of ourselves we say nothing," or in Latin, "De nobis ipsis silimus." However, something shifted in December 2021 when the Human Genome Research Institute held a two-day conference on the meaning of eugenics, historical and present-day discussions of eugenics and scientific realism. The in-depth May 2022 fact sheet uses much more delicate and nuanced language than the more crude November 2021 webpage. So this shows that something happened to trigger them to take these topics more seriously. And they had a conference. There are materials from the conference available online. I can give the resources, the references for. And then we see that a web page and other web materials posted after that conference take scientific realism and eugenics, scientific racism and eugenics much more seriously than before that conference occurred. So, in March 2023, Harvard's Kenneth C. Griffin Graduate School of Arts and Sciences also recognized these ideas through a perspective of Ruth Hubbard, who lived from 1924 to 2016, a respected and accomplished biochemist from Harvard and wife of Nobel laureate George Wald. So Ruth Hubbard, this is a quote describing her perspective directly from Harvard's website. The title of that page was Deconstructing Darwin, or this is a section on that webpage. And it says, Hubbard began by asking her own questions of one of the foundational works of modern life science, Charles Darwin's On the Origins of Species. As she did, she saw in Darwin's portrayal of the animal world as a kingdom marked by cutthroat competition for scarce resources, not an objective science, but a reflection of the society in which the English naturalist lived. Looked at from a different perspective, Hubbard thought, one could just as easily see the centrality of cooperation in species, survival and flourishing, as the Russian zoologist, geologist, and revolutionary Peter Kropotkin had in his 1902 book, Mutual Aid. Increasingly, she saw supposedly objective scientists reading their social arrangements into nature. So this article on Harvard's website, which was actually titled Visionary, so they were calling Ruth Hubbard a visionary. She was by the way, she was a scientist, she was a biologist, a very rigorous biologist, so she has authority in commenting on Darwinian evolution and Darwin's approach to biology. And she's clearly saying that it wasn't an unbiased observation that Darwin made. He simply was being influenced by his own social environment. So, as we also mentioned, Ruth Hubbard was the wife of George Wald. He was Nobel laureate in physiology and medicine, also faculty at Harvard for a very long time. And actually, George Wald became friends of the Bhaktivedanta Institute, and specifically of our Gurudev and serving director, Dr. Bhakti Madhava Puri. This is a photo of the two of them in Mumbai around 1980. And George Wald's transformation was directly due to his interactions with the Bhaktivedanta Institute during conferences just like the one that everyone is attending here today. So our Shripad Puri Maharaj had said to George Wald, based on what he had been taught by his guru, Srila Prabhupada, a very rational and sober observation of nature, that rather than thinking life comes from matter, which is what George Wald thought was going on, which is what most scientists think is going on, surely because that's what they're taught in school, rather, why not think that life comes from life, since that's what we observe through every act of reproduction, through every act of mitosis. We see life coming from life. We also see matter coming from life, the growth of nails and hair on a living body for over 100 years. But when the body dies, the hair and nails stop growing. A tree grows from a little tiny seed. So much biomass is generating to a giant California redwood. That matter would not generate if you put the seed in an oven before planting it and killed it. It's because the seed is alive that biomass is generated. So our Gurudev, Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj, told these things to George Wald. And George Wald was sober enough to see the truth in them, and it completely reversed his worldview. He even began writing the last major works of his life. They were called The Cosmology of Life and Mind, and it was discussing topics about consciousness being fundamental to the entire universe. And it was very, very wonderful to see that transformation, very inspiring for myself to hear of these kind of pastimes and experiences. So we're also happy to see that his wife, Ruth Hubbard, is also a very sober scientist, a very sober person, and is willing to critically analyze Darwin, when not many Americans are or were willing to do such a thing. So, before concluding, I just want to offer two further questions for discussion based on this presentation. The first question is, usually evolution is presented to students as a purposeless and mechanical process guided by random genetic mutation and natural selection. Progress in 21st century biology, however, empirically demonstrates that evolution depends on the purposeful, goal-directed, and cognitive capacities of cells and organisms to make decisions, cooperate with each other, and quickly respond to unexpected problems in their environment. Such conclusions have a profound impact on biomedicine and cancer research. Would you agree that higher education should update its curriculum to include these findings and encourage textbook writers to do the same? Why or why not? Our second question. Conceptually, Darwin's notion of the survival of the fittest, that the prime driver of individual or organism and collective or species survival/success is competition, and that this success produces hierarchies of superior or dominant organisms and species based upon their fitness or capacity to effectively, efficiently, consistently exploit the environment. This has serious social implications. Within the past 2 to 3 years, research institutions affiliated with the U.S. government, such as National Human Genome Research Institute and the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, have published public web pages about the historic, autocratic, racist, fascist, and genocidal byproducts of people who take Darwin's theory very seriously and act upon it. Isn't this reason to conclude that a strictly competition-based biological theoretical framework is antagonistic to the survival and flourishing of human diversity and freedom? Eminent biologists like the late Lynn Margulis, who proposed symbiogenesis as an important evolutionary mechanism, have recognized the necessity of cooperation as a driver of evolution. Is this reasonable? Why or why not? So the topics discussed in this talk are of the utmost importance to the progress of science and society, which the Princeton Bhaktivedanta Institute is very much concerned with. This is why conferences such as this current conference and our upcoming conference on Sunday, December 8th, which will be an online conference, our Science and Scientists 2024 conference. That's why they're organized, to discuss these very important topics under, in the guidance in the guidance of people who are really qualified to present these things, such as Dr. B. Madhava Puri, Dr. B. Nishkamshanta, Dr. B. Vigyan Muni, Sumangala Devi Dasi, Dr. Sumangala Devi Dasi, etc. So in conclusion, we find some sage words relevant to the kind of mentality required to accommodate the current paradigm shift offered by a futurist named Alvin Toffler from back in 1970. He said, "The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn." So, thank you for watching the presentation. I'm happy to have any further discussion if there's any interest.
Thank you, Krishna Keshav. And I request participants, research persons, those who are with us, if they have any question to Krishna Keshav, they may ask. Or you can send the question through chat box. By that we can send the question to Krishna Keshav for answer. Any question? I think there is no question. So it's my request to Krishna Keshav, if a question will come later on, then definitely we'll send the questions to you and request to you, please give the answers to mail. By that we can send those answers to the participants, those who raise the questions. So thank you, my humble pranam to Krishna Keshav ji. Let us, so with us, Professor Dr. Gaurang Charnanda. With us, Professor Dr. Gaurang Charnanda, former Professor of Education, Ravenshaw University, Cuttack. And he will speak on the topic, developing students' consciousness of self-realization. I request, sir, my humble pranam, sir. My humble pranam to you. My humble pranam to you, sir. I request to speak on the topic, developing students' consciousness of self-realization. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahapatra. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir, you are audible and visible both.
Okay, at the outset, I would like to congratulate this organization, Art of Bliss, for having organized such a grand intellectual fest to discuss matters related to consciousness. I was really happy to listen to Dr. Krishna Keshav Das ji. My respect to the learned resource persons over there who are online and learning participants of the workshop. I really feel honored and privileged to speak my mind to this enlightened audience. Well, the problem for me is I have been teaching this educational philosophy for the last 45 years, and I have been repeatedly telling my students that the ultimate aim of education, the ultimate goal of education is self-realization, ironically without understanding self-realization. It has really been difficult for me to know myself, who am I? With this ignorance, I have not been able to assure myself that I will be giving justice to my young students to convince them who they are. This is the basic question that was in my mind. So, is self-realization possible? And our scriptures say that self-realization is possible when self-consciousness is developed, is expanded. We can reach a stage of self-realization, which is in Vedantic language called as Atma-Jnana, Atma-Sakshatkar, Mukti, Nirbana. In various terminology we describe it. So, through this present talk, I would like to operationalize the concept of self-consciousness. What is consciousness? In accordance with different Indian philosophical perspectives, what is self and what's the way to realize the self? The teacher must be a realized self, as it was described by Dr. Mahapat. So we have different philosophical positions in India. To start with Charpak, it is said that consciousness is a function of the body and it is continuous with the body. If there is no body, there is no consciousness. That was the type of philosophy he wanted to propagate. Then I would like to say the tenets of Jainism, which interpreted consciousness as an essential quality of jiva, or in their language jiva, which is also soul. According to Jain philosophy, matter, life, and consciousness make a continuum. The matter is also potentially conscious. That is the first premise of Darwin, and accordingly, Darwin explained his theory of evolution. But in India, we started seeing beyond Darwin. It's not that it has not been there in the syllabus, as pointed out by my predecessor. It is still there. But we want to go beyond this matter. There are also, as you have neo-Darwinian theories, similarly we have neo-Vedant theories. Basically, matter is also potentially conscious, but the element of consciousness is so dormant in the matter that it doesn't find expression, manifestation. The soul is extensive with the body. Here the jiva is the subject but active, and the ajiva, which is called pudgal in Jain terminology, is the object and passive. And another competing philosophical system is our Buddhism, which talks of this body-mind consciousness complex. Buddha would like to say that this is just a nama rupa, only name. And he interprets the self as a configuration of 5 constituents known as Panchaskanda, such as Rupa, that's the physical body, Vedana, feeling of pleasure and pain, Shanya, that is cognition or understanding, then Sanskar, that is our inclinations, impressions, and Vigyan, that is consciousness. The term Vigyan is used in the context of consciousness here, and Buddha was the philosopher who rejected the concept of soul but advocated a continuous stream of consciousness. Then switching over to Sankhya philosophy, which is the most ancient philosophy. It interprets reality in terms of Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha is pure consciousness and Prakriti is the matter. Purusha remains the same substantive subject across the state of waking, dreaming and deep sleeping. There can be many Purusas, but there is only one primordial Prakriti. Without consciousness, Prakriti cannot create anything, although we call Prakriti as Sarvagarbha. And let us now switch over to the main perspective, Advaita Vedanta. According to this philosophy, Brahman is ultimately real, and the essence of Brahman is Sat, Chit and Anand. Sat means existing, always existing, ever existing, Astitva. Chit means consciousness, pure consciousness, and Ananda means bliss, joy. So Sat is the being which seeks expression or manifestation through Chit. And Chit is instrumental in becoming of the being. So this is all the story of being and becoming, a spiritual journey throughout life. It goes on. The man is born to seek the bliss, to find the pleasure, to find the ecstasy. And this is possible through a process of psychic transformation. Sadhana is required for elevation of the self from psychic to spiritual level, which we'll discuss in detail. And once a man reaches this spiritual stage, he himself becomes Brahman. And in the words of Sri Aurobindo, mind becomes supermind, man becomes a superman, which he calls as a gnostic being. In order to understand pure consciousness, one has to understand the 4 stages. The first stage is the working stage, which is called as Vishwa. Whatever is happening, whatever you see, whatever you observe. The second stage is dreaming stage, which is called as Tejas, when experiences are recalled in the mind. That is the dreaming stage. The third stage is called deep sleep, known as Susupti, which is characterized by sleep blankness. And at this stage, the consciousness is there, but ignorance is still there. This is also called Prajnanam Ghanam. The fourth stage, that is very important, that is called as Turiya. This is the witness of the first three stages: waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. So, what is this Turiya? This is a state, avastha, apart from the other three states. But it illumines the waker, the dreamer, and the deep sleeper. Once you realize that you are not the waker, not the dreamer, not the sleeper, but the witness, you have reached the peak of your consciousness. Thus, there is consciousness in you, in everybody, even in matter. This consciousness shines in mind, and then it is reflected in all the organs of the body. But consciousness is not a part of your body, nor it a part of your mind, nor it's a part of your intelligence. It pervades and illumines your body and mind, enabling you to function. But it is not limited to one's body and mind. This is known, experienced through the functioning of body and mind. Without body and mind, consciousness is also still there, but it is not experienced. Consciousness is also not limited in time. Experience has a beginning and an ending, but consciousness has neither beginning nor ending. This is Anadi, Ananta. So now let us try to understand the self. I will give you the concept of Panchakosha to understand self. 5, 6 layers of the self that determines your personality. So, the first thing is Annamaya Kosha, your physical body. Your physical body is the result of your food. One of my predecessors was saying, Anna Brahma. That's right. But this Anna is not real. This is an object. Your body is not static. You cannot enjoy Anna all the time. It undergoes changes with your body changes. You sense the body, but sometimes your body doesn't sense you. Your body doesn't go with you after death. Therefore, this concept of Annamaya Kosha, which is very much linked with other shits or koshas. So they reject this Annamaya Kosha, and then the higher level is your Pranamaya Kosha, the vitality, which digests your food. There is a life force in you which pervades through the organs of your body, as a result of which you are breathing, your food is digested. You are healthy, not because of your body, but because of your energy. It gives you energy to work, energy to sustain, energy to struggle. So your life itself. But there is fluctuation in your energy. All the time you are not relaxed. Sometimes you get exhausted. Sometimes you feel bored. Sometimes you feel depressed. These fluctuations happen at different points of time. And you become a drashta, sentient. But your prana is insentient. So you cannot be prana. You are different. You are more than your prana. You are not Anna, you are not prana. Then the third higher level, subtle level is Manomaya Kosha, which is your mind. It makes your personality. You feel, I am aware of mind. I am aware that I am hungry, I am sad. Mind also gets changed with flow of thoughts. How can I have multiple desires when I am one? Therefore, this Manomaya Kosha related to mind is not acceptable. I cannot accept the mind. It is just like a mask for my personality. This is not a substantive entity. Coming to the fourth higher level, this is Vijnanamaya Kosha, that relates to your intellect, which makes you understand, which makes you recognize. It is the agent of action. But intellect also changes continuously, but you do not change. You do not change, but your intelligence changes. At a particular stage, your IQ doesn't increase, it remains constant. That is what psychology says us, constancy of IQ. Only experience is added to it. And the fifth stage is Anandamaya Kosha, happiness. In deep sleep, when you forget your body, forget your mind, forget your intellect, but awareness of deep sleep was there in you. Because after having a deep sleep, you say that, wow, it was really relaxing. So there is this sheath of bliss. This is the sheath of bliss, which is the subtlest. But all these sheaths are objects, different from these subjects, cannot be accepted. So what is not self, we have been tried to explain through Vedanta. That is called Arundhati Naya. And then Swami Vidyaratna, in his Panchadasi, he comes forward to answer the real self. He tells us a story. Once 10 friends crossed the river, and each of them counted to ensure that all of them have really crossed the river. But when they count, it came always as 9. Because the counter himself was not considering his case. So sometimes it happens. We miss ourselves. We miss the subject. So if all the Siddhs are experienced, there must have been an experiencer, which is Brahman or Atman. Pardon?
I think they need to unmute.
Okay, so the field of knowledge is divided in 2 parts, known and unknown, but quite apart from the knower. So Atman is the subject of knowledge. It cannot be an object. The self is you, the I, and they cannot be the object of knowledge. So, like I'll give one example. You can add sugar to your water, you can add sugar to your milk, you can add sugar to your corn, and you get different taste, but sugar is coming. So to anything, you have to add consciousness. Consciousness here is like your sugar. You need not have to conscious of consciousness. No need. So in every act of knowledge, the consciousness is revealed. It is expressed by itself. You want to say that I don't have a tongue when you are fluently speaking. Just like that. You cannot deny yourself by denying your soul. Your soul. So that is how Vedanta, and particularly people like Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo, they interpret self like this. Aurobindo, while talking of integral education, he talks of physical self, vital self, mental self, psychic self, and spiritual self. So, Aurobindo wanted to spiritualize all experience, but physical, vital, mental education is okay. But for this psychic level transformation and spiritual transformation, we have to think of Adi Shankaracharya's Vivek Chudama, where he recommends sadhana chatushtaya for realization of consciousness. The first one is your vivek, your capacity, your ability to discriminate between facts and falsity, eternal and temporal, nitya and anitya. If that is there, you are an adhikari to pursue this spiritual journey. The second one is vairagya, detachment, which keeps one away from expectation of the fruit of karma. That is something which has been highlighted in Bhagavad Gita. Karmanne vadikarasu ma phaleshu kadachan. Then Sat Sampati. What are those? They are firstly Shama, that is keeping the mind cool and composed. Then Dhamma, controlling your senses. Third Sampati, wealth, is Uparama, withdrawing your mind from distractions. Then Titikha, you should have the capacity to handle pain and pleasure, to handle victory and defeat with unanimity. That is Titikha. Then Shraddha, which refers to your respect for Guru, your reverence for Guru and Scripture. It is said that Shastrasya, Guru Vakyasya, Satya Buddha, Avadharana. Then the sixth wealth is your Samadhana. Samadhana is not your solution of the problem. It refers to concentration of mind, Chitta Ekagrata. And the fourth Chatushtaya is Mumukshu, your inquisitiveness, your curiosity, your inner urge to get liberated from the bondage. So to pursue this sadhana chatushtaya, it is required to cleanse your inner apparatus, which they call antakarana, which constitutes your thinking mind, perceiving mind, subconscious mind, that is your impressions and memories, and your ego, ahankar. Ego can be interpreted positively as well as negatively, but here it is positive interpretation. Ego for nitya ego, you can say. In order to develop self-consciousness, one has to give up the desire, the anger, the kama, krodha, moha, mascharya, all these things. These are called as sadarikus. So thus consciousness is being aware of your own thoughts and feelings and surroundings at any given 1 minute. When the consciousness is awakened, man becomes active and the joy of living follows from within. The deeper the awareness in you, better the quality of work you can do. Therefore, Osho recommends risk everything for awareness, but don't risk awareness for anything. People of awareness are people of soul. Once your awareness is sharp, you can reach a stage of enlightenment where there would be a sense of oneness with all existence, and one can transcend the limitations of ego. That is what is called self-realization Atma Jnana, Atma Sakshatkara, where one realizes the Mahavakya, Aham Brahmasmi. According to Sadguru, if you are doing everything consciously, you are evolving, growing, and you can be at the peak of your existence. This is how a teacher can make his students realize Savidya Ja Vimukta. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation on the theme that is developing students' consciousness for self-realization. You have highlighted so many things that is regarding the stages of self, that is awakening, dreaming, sleeping, then turiyo and turiyadito. And besides that, you have also highlighted on the themes that is Annamaya Kosa, Pranamaya Kosa, Manomaya Kosa, Vijnanamaya Kosa, and Anandamaya Kosa. Besides that, the layers of mind as per Sri Aurobindo, and other so many things, object, experiencer. So you see, so many things you have explained in your presentation. Definitely, the students, they will be benefited a lot if they can able to realize the self. Ultimately, their way of life will be something different, and they may be productive, and they may be creative, inventive, innovative, progressive, and constructive. Then society is expecting that. Definitely from the students. Thank you so much, sir, for your nice presentation. Sir, my humble pranam to you, sir. My humble pranam to you. Then with us, Professor Dr. Tufan Pati. Professor Dr. Tufan Pati is a professor of psychiatry from High-Tech Medical College, Bhubaneswar, and he will speak on consciousness and mental health. Very good topic. Professor Dr. Tufan Pati will present before us. So I request, and my humble pranam, sir. My humble pranam to you. So
thank you.
My humble pranam, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible and visible clearly, sir.
I am sharing my screen. I should start. I hope screen is visible.
Yes, it is clearly visible, sir.
Sir, we can't hear you. Dr. Pati sir, you have to unmute.
Sorry, sir.
And now we can hear you.
Okay, I'm very sorry. So I shall start in the middle. These are the variety of topics which is programmed for this great event, and the diversity and variety of the topic itself implies that to talk about consciousness or to discuss about consciousness involves a lot of things. But at the end, the truth remains that consciousness, it is only the truth. We are all seeking the truth. In different ways we have attempted to look at the truth. Down the ages, starting from the sages to the scientists now, and what they propose is different. The screen is not showing. Wrong.
We can see the screen, sir.
No, it is not moving. Slides did not move. So my perspective will be mostly on the role of consciousness in managing mental health. And I see on screen Dr. Devakanta Behra, who is from UK and is a psychiatrist. I had been to his place Wolverhampton sometime, and I was gloss over this, and pretty would I shall quote from Vivekanand. It seems the consensus of opinion of the great minds of the world, and it has been clearly demonstrated that there are two things: physical nature, and which is manifestation of our absolute condition. And there are two views: whether to stay in this physical nature because of absolute condition has found it, or we shall try to go up above. And this he has told in his introduction to the Patanjali Yoga Sutra. The ending paragraph is this: nature's task is done. The selfish task, which was our sweet nurse, as it were, she gently took the self-forgetting soul by hand and took him to the absolute. And thus, infinite river of souls is flowing into the ocean of perfection of self-realization. When you self-realize, as it was being told by the previous speaker, we meet the Vishwatma. And this is Nitya Swarupananda Ashtavakra Gita, Ashtavakra Samhita, realization of the truth but not rational difference of the same. What we are doing, we have to realize the truth, but it is no job to rationally argue and try to defend. This is the truth I am telling, and you, what you are telling. You have to fight. And maybe he has to save his father out of argument. So it is know the self as pure consciousness, the unaffected witness of the phenomenal world, and that only exists. The phenomenal world will get exposed, and everything will vanish when you realize yourself and the truth. Consciousness, the spiritual concept, I am going to quote Sri Aurobindo. Consciousness is a fundamental thing, the energy, the motion, the movement of the consciousness that creates this universe. And not only the microcosm, but the microcosm is nothing but consciousness arranging itself. We mean by planes of consciousness, planes of existence, poise are the world of relations between Purusha and Prakriti, between the soul and nature. This is consciousness. Now the universal consciousness. Consciousness is universal. It is animate, it is inanimate. It is among animals, the flora, fauna, the mountains, the rivers, everywhere. Woods and brooks, everywhere there is consciousness. Only one has to realize it. And at times they are not so expressive because we lack the language to speak to them, to hear to them. But they are there. And there is consciousness in all situations. To quote Rumi, wherever you stand, be the soul of that place. Only that can be when you can resonate with this consciousness of that being, or that individual at that place. Evolving consciousness. The consciousness is perpetually evolving as an individual ages, the consciousness changes. Across the ages, along the timeline, as academic input, Shastras go on growing. Shastras are the product of our quest for the truth, and everyone is born to manifest the Absolute, or the Vishwatma, or the Paramatma. Perfection of instruments. This consciousness, journey of consciousness is a matter of perfection, and it is also a matter of dealing with obstacles, which may be created by our ignorance, which may be created by the adverse process, which may be created by the asuric shaktis. And ultimately the self becomes the world. You realize yourself with the world. There is transcendence. Transcendence is not just an abstract topic, it is being researched now. Robert Cloninger has given this concept of transcendence, and he has told that it is genetically inherited, and Dean Hammer worked on this. I am not going to elaborate on this because my time is limited to 20 minutes and I have already lost 5 minutes of that. And supramental consciousness as envisaged by Sri Aurobindo, and the need of expressing by consciousness. It is utmost importance. We have to express our consciousness. We have to try to fill the consciousness of the person sitting before us, be it a patient, be it a student, or be it another person in the road, or be it whom we are speaking to. Childhood spirituality. I have just given a caption of a book. Buddhist understanding of childhood spirituality by Alexander von Humboldt. I have heard him as an erudite speaker. A child lives in the world of innocent bliss. Hence, be a child, curious, innocent, and blissful. This is advised by Dr. And Alexander told it is a manifestation of the supreme consciousness, very pure, untouched, and simple, pure, and connected. Importance, awe, and wonder. You can wonder because they just look at the ultimate, look at the great, look at the absolute. And that spirit has to be there in everyone to grow and grow positively. Four Mahavakyas, Prajnanam Brahmam, from Aitreya Upanishad, I am Atma Brahmam, Tat Tung Ashi, Aham Brahmasmi. All these Mahavakyas relate to the fact that the consciousness in me is the same in the Iswatma. I have to realize and get over there. And I have to realize it is not only in me and the Paramatma, it is in everybody who is around you. And if we can realize this, we will come to the essence of my topic. It is very much useful in dealing with persons who have disturbances in their mental level. I don't use the word mental ill patients, disturbances in the mental level. In the world and self-grow, true and one. In the world that struggles to discover truth. This is a quotation from Savitri. Now, three issues. I am coming to the subtopic. Role of consciousness in management of psychiatric illness, because I was initially asked to talk about mental health, and I have the consciousness, wellness part I have told. I am talking about the illness part, where most of psychiatrists, including Dr. Devabrata, have to deal. Devakant is just, I am seeing him in the images. And three aspects, that is, when we speak of the consciousness, management and psychiatric illness. In consciousness, there are three sub-aspects: medical, psychological and spiritual. In its management, three aspects: prevention, treatment and management. And psychiatric illness, three aspects: the disorder, psychological problem, and social problem. The transactions, three entities: the sufferer, the suffering, the healer. Then three types of interaction are possible: healer to sufferer, sufferer to suffering, and healing, suffering to healer. Concepts of consciousness: medical, psychological, and spiritual. Spiritual we have discussed. I shall just mention in a nutshell about the medical, meaning how spiritually not concerned or spiritually not so much conscious. People take about consciousness. Consciousness is a psychological concept. Psychological concept are three parts also: conscious mind, pre-conscious mind, and conscious mind. With this I am quoting Sigmund Freud. Conscious mind is where we are dealing. Our thoughts, memories, feelings, wishes, and the way we interact with others, how we transact. Unconscious mind is the bottom reservoir which we don't know. It is full of feelings, thoughts, etc., which are unacceptable, unpleasant, like feelings of pain, anxiety, conflict. Maybe many of them have been suppressed out, and pre-conscious mind is linked, which can relate to the conscious mind and which can relate to the unconscious mind. Those who are students of psychology can very well understand it. I think others will also try to realize and visualize what is. And consciousness medical concept, William James concept, awareness for oneself for one's own cognitive experience and the environment, involving areas of brain, neural circuits and brain chemicals. This is definition by William James. And nowadays, after the brain project and the other project what I've been told about the human genome project, understandings have increased. And there has been another project to determine the connectomes, the different types of connectomes in the brains. And they are responsible for our feelings, our cognition, our emotion, our interaction, our actions. And that is going to, it is being tried that so they will be defined. That gives the medical concept of consciousness. But ultimately it is awareness of oneself or one's own cognitive experience and the environment. And we consider it in medical terms as a product of the brain. There are the three transactions you are coming: the sufferer, the suffering, the healer and sufferer, and sufferer and suffering. The sufferer is a person who feels that he is ill, he is having some problems. And in Saravinda's words, there is a disturbance in the psychic interaction, psychological, not psychological, psychic problem that makes the pain and the suffering, what he feels, that is the suffering, and the healer, what you are. And these three interactions will go one by one. The, the consciousness, the suffering consciousness is fearful. The person is fearful. Fear is the main root of misery. Fear is the root of what we feel our as a illness. Even if the illness is not there, we become fearful and invite it. That makes us vulnerable. What is needed? In words of consciousness, need of faith and being open to the divine. Because if you realize the divine and we are the same, there is no problem, it's not at all difficult to have faith and be open to the divine. We have to have the will to fight the obstacles and remain connected. The forces of illness and consciousness. The forces of illness first weaken or break through the nervous animal of the aura. Then one feels, maybe I am going to get ill. I am quoting Saravinda. It may not be totally consonant with the teachings in any medical discipline, but it is quite related. I feel it related to the people come at times feel, मेरे को बुखार हो सकता है, हो जाता है. Sometimes the vital mind or mind prepare for the illness by fear and threat of illness. What one has learnt as the method of the defense, if there is some problem, we become apprehensive and we become fearful and try to make arrangements. Cyclone is coming, we are afraid of the outcomes, we make arrangements. Nothing to take out the resistance like fear. But fear is the factor that reduces our capacity in work physically and inside body, our resilience and our immune brings down our immune system. Resistance to evolution of consciousness is the most important aspect, which is the main fulcrum, main reason of illness pervading in the world today. A case Bignet, I am quoting from Auroville.org. The present condition of passivity and indifference is a reaction to which he was brought by an internal effort not properly mediated. It's about a present. The effort brought about a breaking of the veils which divide the physical from the psychic and vital worlds. But his mind was unprepared and unable to understand and judge them by the light of fancy and imagination and erroneous mental and vital suggestions. This gave opportunity for a hostile power to break in and result of disorganization or the disease. This is in Sri Aurobindo's words, root of all the diseases. Fear is false evidence appearing real. When you don't understand anything, when there is you are afraid of solitude, or tension becomes afraid of solitude, because we have stopped relying in the nature which has nurtured us, which is a supreme nurse, which takes us forward and which has taken us forward as a collective humanity down the years. Fear's solution are to face everything and rise or forget everything and run. The real solution is face everything and rise. The healer and consciousness. First word which I started also telling, soldiers against falsehood. Doctors are the soldiers against falsehood. The best way to express one's gratitude to the divine is to be simply happy. It may blessings the matter. And wants to invoke grace, one has to remain connected to the divine and the sufferer, understanding the sufferer and his situation, and one must be happy to serve. And if we feel and or make our client feel that we are both connected to the Supreme, or at least if we feel that the patient before me, the person who has come before me as a patient, we both share the same consciousness, it is only the difference of understanding. And if we aspire for the grace of the above, from the above, and then it will be a better platform to treat most of the diseases. because that is the way to connect. And we have to remain connected to the divine and the sufferer. And we have to understand the sufferer and the situation in his context. Maybe at times they have different languages. Yesterday I was in Bodh Gaya and speaking the same thing. At times we miss the person's expressions because they have a different expressions. They don't have this the way we describe the symptoms in our textbooks. And India is a diverse country with very variable dialects and variable methods of expressing their traumas, their feelings, their pains. And this is also true all over the globe. We have to be conscious of that, and we have to know that, because ultimately the same consciousness operates in all the prevention by consciousness. You must neither attract it nor tremble. You must not want illness at all. At times, in way of apprehension, we invite illness. At times, people play sickness role because of the benefits that they ensure out of that. You must not be afraid. No fear. You must have a calm certitude and complete trust in the power of the grace to shelter you from everything. Communication in therapy. Usual communication when a patient comes to examination, observing, listening, interacting, evaluation, then patient education and rectification, all our attempts, and all of these within the bounds of good conduct. Spiritual, the aspects, unguarded aspects are aspiration, surrender, and rejection of the earth, adverse things, that is purification. And transcendent one goes beyond logic, then it is detachment from the ego and identification with the divine. One has to be able to identify with the divine, his own soul, his own Atma, in whatever name you call it. There have been diverse theories giving diverse names, but it is all the same. Consciousness as a component of mental health care promotes a positive worldview. All these are supported by consciousness. Helps to understand difficult situations. At times we are baffled, and it gives purpose and meaning. It discourages maladaptive coping. When a problem comes, internally the body is programmed to try to cope. So the coping mechanisms may be correct, may be wrong, it may be promotive, it may be adverse. So it promotes and helps to release the need for control, provides and encourages forgiveness, provides hope, perceived support, integrity purpose, body, mind and spirit. The divine design is grace from the above, faith within, complete surrender, and the part of the sufferer, and the part of the healer, and the part of the state which formulates under which we live, and the part of everything, and consciousness involves. A small story about faith, if time permits. Dr. Mishra, is there 1 minute time?
Yes, sir. You can go.
You go ahead, sir.
A small story is quite like that story. There was a big scientist who was to get a prize, and he never leaves his campus because he is engrossly involved in practice and research. He was a surgeon. When he arrived in a remote airport somewhere in US, it was a very bad weather and subsequent connecting flight was cancelled. Somehow or other he hired a car, he had to drive the car, asked Google Baba and tried to reach there. So after some time the connection was lost and he landed in a jungle. There was nothing, no way to get. At far off place, he found the light in a place. There was a small hut. There was a lady with a ailing patient. That was her son. And he was waiting. When he came, the place came, he went to the house, asked the lady that I am such and such person. The lady smiled and she told, please get in, have some coffee, have some soup. He had it. So he had it And then the lady started praying and asked him to join the prayer. He told, nothing happens. By this I have urgent work to go. Do you have any phone? No, I don't have any phone. You know any place where I can get a connection? No, I don't know. So when he was after the prayer stopped, the gentleman asked, why are you praying? I am praying for my son. He's having some disease like this. And there is some doctor, he told by a different name because doctor has told a very nickname of his. He told, I am waiting for this person. If the God will connect me to him, he will be cured. And this was her faith. Did not have anything. Believed that her God will bring that doctor, and the doctor came. And the doctor treated the person, the boy, at his own cost. And this is the faith. And this is complete surrender. And this is how grace comes from Allah. It operates in all cases. And it is appropriate for everyone. The faith factor. Faith is indispensable to the action of the being, and without it man cannot move a single pace in life. Happy to be with you. Thanks, Srimati Ravinda. And I don't know whether I have, because I take it always nice like this, that I am here with such erudite speakers, such knowledgeable persons, and it is a duty conferred on me by the design of the Providence. And I have tried my best so that I shall be speaking what I understand. And it is only a sanjog that brings us together, and this sanjog is from the above. Happy to be with you in all the things. May I see the divine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Really, the presentation, no doubt, was excellent. Very nicely you presented the role of consciousness and mental health. You started, you must have a guitar and aid with you can achieve maximum. Really, I never find words to speak about the presentation, but really it was fantastic and excellent. And it is my request to the participants, we will very close Professor Tufan Bhatti and he with us.
One question, sir.
Yes, sir, please.
Professor Das. The question must be specific.
Sir, your name is Dr. Tufan.
Yes.
Tufan is cyclone.
Yes.
And
Yes, sir.
you told fear. Because I am a student from Ayurveda, we learn bhaya shoko krodhat vayu. Bhaya increase vayu, a cyclone inside the body.
Yes.
And sir, how through the non-pharmacological approach we can conquer, we can control the vayu, that cyclone.
So
Being
I'm
sir.
okay, so I understand your question, and the first enlightened spirit. My name is Tufan, and I represent bios, not true. My name, if you take the literal meanings, my name is Tufan Bhatti. I am supposed to be master of cyclone. I am not so,
Sir.
right? And about definitely fear has to be dealt with by psychotherapeutic means first of all, if fear is the only presentation. And one once attempt, an individual who is fearful and knows I am fearful and is wrong, and what happens, he has not to run, he has to stand against it, face it. I give 4 acronyms. What is fear? How one responds to fear in positive way and in negative way. And it can be, first thing one has to have faith. If you think spiritually, one has to faith in the God, faith in the divine entity that he believes in. That so it first many of the problems will go off. Spiritualism having a role in anxiety, depression, it has been proven. I don't mean spirituality means religion. No, please don't mean that. Spirituality believes in faith in something transcendent. believing that I cannot myself manage all the things around me. There is another power of which I am a part, of which all others are parts. Dr. Prasanna Kumar Mahapati is a part of that, Dr. Devakanta Vera is a part of that. I know he is one of our Odisha mental health groups. I have seen his name. And I had been recently to Wolverhampton for a discussion on spiritualism, where I was told that he was there for some time ago. I think it's correct.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, yes, sir.
this is my answer. It is there built in then, Dr. Das. It is built within. First of all, we see that if we fail, we have to go to a person. That person will be the agent of the divine to help, be it a psychiatrist like me or Dr. Devakanta, or be an Ayurveda specialist like someone. But faith in the God, faith in the God working through all agents is most important. Please don't mind my bald head. I had gone to make Asthi Visarjan of my father. And those
Thank you,
who-
sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. My humble pranam. My humble pranam to you, sir. My humble pranam.
Namaste to everybody.
Thank you, sir. Then I invite and request Dr. Devakanta Behera. I invite and request Dr. Devakanta Behera, Senior Consultant, liaison psychiatrist, Great Western Hospital, Sweden, United Kingdom. So I request and invite Dr. Devakanta Behera, sir.
Thank you,
Sir,
thank
my
you, sir.
humble request, sir. My humble request to you.
Can you, am I audible and visible?
Yes, yes, you are completely audible and visible.
Oh, thank you, thank you. First of all, thank you very much. I would like to thank a lot for the Art of Place for inviting me. It's such a great opportunity to hear and listen to learned persons and Dr. Tufan Pati. You might not remember me. When I was in NKCG as a student, he was my teacher there, and one of the first persons to inspire me to take psychiatry. So thank you, sir, and it is a privilege and blessing to speak in front of you. I hope I will do the justification. I would like to share the screen. How to go about share? And can everyone see the screen now? Is it visible now?
Yes, quite visible.
Yeah. As a Dr. Palpi so eloquently explained about consciousness from spirituality, healing, suffering, various treatment approaches. Um, yes, I did my MBBS from NTCZ and then Delhi University, and I was here in this country for 16, 17 years, maybe more, I think. And then I've been to India, moved back to Odisha, to work with our own people. Yes, that was my journey so far. Here, while I was in UK, we were, apart from being a psychiatrist, I was also part of the Indian diaspora supporting our Indian Hindu community about India, Hinduism, essence of Bhagavad Gita, especially to children. I really enjoyed. I'm not saying I have mastered all that, but with my little knowledge, I always help people, and especially the children, how to be proud of our heritage and traditions, and how to be mindful about our body, our soul, our consciousness. So basically, today's topic, something touching about what Dr. Poti has already said, but also consciousness as an essential self-identity to phenomenon of mind. I would like to try to give some case examples I've come across, and how it moves between physical, the spiritual, as in a fluid concept. I will try to discuss that. Now one of the problems, being a man of science, being a doctor, is often I have seen with my friends, my colleagues, that they are far away from spirituality as our patients are. Many of our patients are very religious, very spiritual oriented, but often doctors, we neglect that part completely. We become very monotonic, mechanical in medication, illness, and separate from spiritual and the religious experiences, which is not the case often. And but fortunately, as Dr. Bhakti has said, we are more and more venturing into the spiritual aspects, and we're having spiritual psychiatry as part of the treatment approaches. And Bhagavad Gita is which of a book other than Bhagavad Gita can be a beautiful breeze in covering that. So I'll start with, there is a beautiful sloka explaining in I think chapter 13 about the consciousness, and 34 or something. Yatha prakasayat ekah krishnam lokam mimam ravi kshatram kshatri tatha krishnam prakasayati bharata. I mean, Bharata means Arjuna. Lord Krishna is saying, oh hey Arjuna, oh son of the Bharat, like all Indians, I think he was mentioning everyone here. Like the sun illuminates the entire universe, similarly the Kshatri or the soul illuminates the body, or Kshatram. And that illumination, that light is consciousness. So it says, yeah, chapter 13, how consciousness illuminates us. So, but from the medical concept or the physical concept, consciousness, I feel, is being aware of oneself, our strengths, our weaknesses, but it manifests in a continuum, like water flowing. So it can be from one end to another end, often complicated, added by our own experiences across various domains of human cognizance, such as feelings, how we feel, like sad, happiness, how we think, the ideas, the images, the impulses come to our mind, the perceptions, how we sense through our senses, special senses, like we see, we feel, we taste, we smell, we touch and feel. So all these senses and higher functions like processing, analyzing, memory, remembering things, making judgments, what is good, what is bad, what is, Dr. Pati has said about fear, fight, flight, or freeze, this kind of responses. So all that makes up this concept of consciousness. It is, I believe, it's our own existence. And often we challenge our consciousness, and we should rightfully do so by logical reasoning. It may be good or bad, but we often reason logically, look into the rationality of it, and mixed with the nuances of spirituality. That also makes our spiritual journey. So consciousness is also a process, a journey. Today, for the presentation, I categorized consciousness into three broad categories from the mental health perspective. One is consciousness of a normal person. That is one. Another is consciousness of a yogi. That is entirely different. A yogi means I'm here those who self-realized, who has illuminated, like Swami Vivekananda, Swami Yogananda Giri, autobiography of yogi. Many people, most of you must have read about it. And Ramakrishna Paramahansa, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, plenty of examples. So I believe their consciousness is different from a normal person like us. No? And the third category is people with illness. Here also the illness can be two types. One is physical illnesses, like you can have diabetes, blood pressure, physical illness, and mental health issues, where you may appear physically fine, but a lot of mental health issues, stress, anxiety, depression, irrational fear, and from that to the extremes such as psychosis, where reality gets blurred, where you can be dementia, forgetfulness, you will gradually lose your memory, and many mental illnesses we do not have the cure, not because of the science, But I believe the science is not developed enough, like the way we developed with physical health, such as heart, liver, kidneys. We developed very fast and we are very advanced. But when it comes to brain, the mind, the understanding, the nuances of it, how it works, how it functions, we are hundreds of years behind. So until that, we categorize physical and mental health issues so far. I believe mental health is a function of the brain, where we need to understand the consciousness, the spirituality part of it, and eventually this kind of conferences and further research will give us much better insight into it. But I believe consciousness has a very important role to play to it. So I will focus today mostly the normal person's consciousness and person with mental health issues, the consciousness. Obviously, I've given an example of a yogi because they see that light, that illumination. When I say like the sun illuminates the universe, the soul illuminates the body, and that illumination, that light, we have to achieve through self-realization. Probably saints have achieved it. Some of us may perceive it, and some of us will be lucky enough to realize it. So I categorized consciousness into three parts. Now focusing into mental health perspective, and this is a challenge for the doctors, because we always model it on illness and medicines. Okay, we do not understand the holistic model, where vast knowledge, understanding of our scriptures like Vedas, Upanishads, scriptures like Puranas, Ramayana, and Mahabharata, all have wonderful illustrations about how a patient can be listened, how a person can be listened, valued. And we consider Arjuna as one of the first patients, where when he saw his family members standing in the Kurukshetra, he became so depressed, so scared that he couldn't even raise his bow. Okay, that was nothing but I think he had some kind of traumatic, stressful experience leading to anxiety and depression, and how Lord Krishna mentored him, guided him, listened to him, given that respect, and announced his self-confidence, self-motivation, and Bhagavad Gita produced for us to listen and revel in joy with that. So that part often, because of being busy, being unaware of patient's own self, we doctors often miss that. And I think that is one of the biggest misses or mistakes we do. We do not listen to patients. When some of the patients come to me and tell me how they were so scared to talk about their problems to their doctors, somewhere I feel we as a doctor fraternity needs to move and go beyond, over and beyond our medical knowledge, where to explore the mindfulness, the compassion, of karuna, and also the spirituality, the religious aspect of the patient, how we can guide them, how we can value them. And when you talk about on these terms, you develop that relationship, that therapeutic relationship, and that can cure, that can reduce the stress, that can cure a lot, that can help in that healing process, and that recovery in a very sustained manner, and can achieve so quickly. So this is one of the biggest challenges, and Dr. Pati and all the Sri Kesavaji has explained it so well, and Gaurangji as well. I'm focusing on that. So coming to mental health, I would like to give you some case studies, how people can present the mental illness, how the consciousness as a fluid concept. Because I talked about the physical health, like diabetes. Suppose somebody had a head injury, like a road accident, and they can go into coma. It is easy to define. Patient is conscious, now patient is in a coma, so consciousness is not there, and patient comes out of the coma, he becomes conscious again. But when it comes to mental health, see that the fluidities of consciousness more into play, the nuances of consciousness, the spiritual aspects of consciousness becomes very dynamic. And let me talk about this case. This is one of my patients in the UK, Virginia. She is a 57-year-old female, born in 1967, suffering from mental illness, called psychosis or schizophrenia, where the reality testing gets blurred. She's 57, suffered this illness for 35 years. So it is very chronic, very enduring, very severe. And during this 57 years, she worked as a personal assistant to an advocate or solicitor in 80s for 6-7 years. That is the only work history. Rest of the time she was either in hospital or looked after by the social care. She had also married to one of the solicitors while working there for 8 years, but divorced afterwards because of her illness. Okay. Now she was admitted, and she was admitted in a very suspicious state. She stopped taking her medication, thinking that they are being poisoned. The medicines are being poisoned by the doctors and staff. She was very suspicious, and she started hearing the voice of the God. She started hearing a voice who said, "I'm God," and telling her, commenting her about almost everything. The voices would tell, the voice of the God would tell her to kick, punch staff, she spit on them. She was very racially abusive to some staff, especially black people, calling them all kind of names like niggers and all sort of things, which is considered very serious offense here. She sometimes she sometimes defecate in the room on the floor and smear them. She completely lost control of her. She would throw out her clothes, becoming naked, and because the God is telling her to do so. Her personal care hygiene was very poor, and she needed continuous support from nursing staff. Her sleep was very disturbed. She would sleep for a few hours, wake up. So that again in on the range of consciousness. Yes, she is awake, conscious, but she does not aware of what is going on and how her thought, her perceptions are interplaying, playing tricks with her. She has no insight into his illness and not aware of herself. Right? That is one case. I'll go through a couple of cases more, and then as a whole we can discuss how things can be different and different mental illnesses can play a part in about in these illnesses. So this is one case, 57-year female with psychosis. Now there is another case. There are two cases here. I've seen Mr. Gupta ji is a lovely 78-year-old female, male, a widow for last six. His wife passed away unfortunately 6 years or so. These are real cases. Names are changed just for confidentiality. Then gradually for a year or so, people started noticing that he's becoming increasingly forgetful. He's not able to remember. Sorry about that. Not able to remember what exactly going on, where he has placed money, where he has kept his keys, and it is increasingly so worsened that one day, on few occasions, neighbors found him on the street and looking for his houses. So he was confused. He was becoming more worse. He was unable to identify his house, and within the house he will unable to find his bathroom. So often he will wet on his bedroom. He will pass urinate in his bedroom. So and he was confused. Sometimes he couldn't remember who he is, and he felt as if the house is a factory. There's a lot of machine sounds were going on. He was hearing these voices, and certain occasions he got ready in the morning to go to the post office in the early morning and presenting to the duty, thinking that he was still working there. Actually, in the case, he was retired 20 years ago. So he was later diagnosed as Alzheimer's dementia with other vascular complications. So this is a case of dementia for which there is no cure at the moment, where the consciousness can play tricks. You can be confused, increasingly losing the cognitive functions, your thinking, your perception, how it gets affected. That is another case. From psychosis, 57-year female, to Mr. Gupta ji, who is 78-year male with a dementia, and now this is a young girl, third case, about a 16-year-old girl, very lovely, but she was born with learning disability. What we used to call mental retardation, we don't call that anymore. We call them learning disability. And childhood, she was suffering from autism. Now, what is autism? Autism is more about inability of someone to communicate and interact in social situations. What is social etiquette? What comes to us normally, they struggle with that. They have problems with their language, they have problems with their communication, they have problems with their interactions, and they can be very repetitive. They can only have certain plays, certain toys, they can bang their heads, and this girl Mia, she speaks only few words. Parents were very understanding, very caring. She needed a lot of support in her personal care and hygiene. Sometimes she can be sad, other times she can be very aggressive. Little things can put her off. Her parents are increasingly worried because she is 16. Mother was very depressed, very sad that what will happen after her, who will look after her, because she tolerates her a lot. Um, at times, Mia can bang her head so hard that it swells and gets problematic. She can self-injure. She attends a special school, but not much improvement as noticed. So this is a person who is conscious, awake, but born with learning disability. Her consciousness in that dynamic fluid concept varies from time to time, where where she can only do certain things. And like dementia, there is no cure. Similarly, at this point of time, learning disability, we do not any cure. Forget about the cure. In unfortunately, in state like Odisha, and then also in India, there are not many facilities to cater for these people because they need a lot of support. It can be very expensive. Not many parents can afford. So these are the various cases how the consciousness in mental health can affect, can change. Some of these cases like psychosis is treatable. When you give medications, it can come back, the patient can recover and have a normal life in the society. But in this case of learning disability, probably this girl will, most likely this girl will need support for rest of her life. And same thing for with Mr. Guptaji, who's a little bit older, 78. Nowadays, we don't consider 78 as very old. People live longer. But see, he also cannot get completely recovered from it. We can delay the progress of illness. There is no cure for Alzheimer's. So these are the challenges we face. And little bit of autism I've mentioned. I've already said about autism is characterized by impaired social interaction, communication, repetitive restrictive behavior, whereas dementia is loss of memory, confusion, usually happens in elderly people, which is a progressive illness and there is no cure. And psychosis, the first lady, 57-year-old lady, is a collection of disorders with a problem with reality testing. We know that we are different. We are different from our surrounding. We are different from other people because we are aware of ourselves. But when somebody suffers from psychosis, that reality testing gets blurred. They cannot differentiate them with others, with their environment, leading to a lot of thinking disorder, a lot of perception disorder. They lack insight. They hear voices. They are very suspicious of people. They can appear bizarre. You must have seen some what we used to call long time ago wandering lunatics. You don't see them often, but on the streets, people can be. You know that they are mentally ill. They will be picking up things from gutter, eating things from the floor. That bizarre behavior. But usually with medication, psychotherapy, supportive care, mindfulness, the psychosis, anxiety, and depression, 90% of these cases can be treated very well. And even autism and dementia, though we cannot cure, we can bring a lot of quality of life with giving good treatment to them. So, on analyzing these case studies, I would like to say here the same mind which makes us conscious of our own very self can also affect the way we feel, we think, we analyze, how we rationalize with logic, making us completely irrational. So sometimes I believe the brain we have, we do not have any control over it, how it works, unfortunately, and that is the case. We do not understand how it functions, and even though it is ours, we do not completely control it. So the brain can play tricks in such a way it can make us believe what is irrational as rational. Okay, and as in this case of voice of God, she's hearing some voice within her brain, nobody else is able to hear, but she's thinking it is God, and it is doing all kind of irrational things like pooping on the floor, kicking, spitting, hitting other people, not taking medications, all these things. So but when they get better, some of them can realize what was happening to them and they feel very embarrassed about it. So that is also a part where we could be very sympathetically listen to them, support them, and help them to come out of it. And many people, they do not even remember or do not want to remember. So patient is conscious in a broader sense, but in true sense, they are not aware of themselves. So that consciousness, that illumination somehow gets dimmed. I mean, if not complete darkness, but there is no much light as well. So probably they are in like a tunnel, you know. So our job as doctors is guiding them towards the end of the tunnel so that they can see the light, and gradually they can achieve. I'm saying this because there are certain drugs such as ketamine and LSD and magic mushrooms, what we call, they can affect the parts of the brain called cortex, striatum, thalamus parts of the brain. I won't go into detail, but those brain parts can be affected by these drugs and they can produce temporarily psychotic symptoms. They can alter conscious, so mind bending drugs. We have seen people using in the temples on Sunday night after Tirinath Mela, using cannabis, but these are higher drugs, heavier drugs like cocaine and ketamine. They can affect the mind. They can make you feel better for some time, but eventually they can affect your consciousness, your rationality, your thinking, and make you very psychotic and very dangerous. Many people have done aggressive behavior, attacked other people, or killed themselves while in this altered state of consciousness by taking drugs. So coming back towards the end of my presentation, am I not spending too much time? Hopefully I'm within my time. So one aspect I would like, I already raised, the spiritual religiosity gap between patients and doctors. Doctors are much less religious and understanding of their religious and spirituality of the patients. The more we understand, we can treat them a lot better. So spirituality training, Dr. Pati also informed about it, being mindful about our own self. So it is a self journey, a journey for our own self for the doctors, but that will make them more understanding and compassionate and improve their understanding of the patients, which is I think is the need of the day. So there are other experiences, as I already mentioned about conscious altering experiences like drugs, but there are some religious things. People can become altered consciousness like summon or mata possession or bliss, meditation. People can achieve, and meditation has a side effect as well. I'll come back to that. But bliss, when Chaitanya Bhagavan was in Jagannath temple, or when Ramakrishna Paramhans was in that samadhi state, the altered consciousness they experienced, that's different. Similarly, something in a negative way like severe traumatic bomb blast, sexual attack, or physical attack can have this altered thing. Even to the extent of sexual orgasmic pleasure can also cause that intense rapture momentarily for a mind, which can affect consciousness. Mind altering talks, I've already said, music, bhajans, and listening. By bhajans, some of these saints have achieved that samadhi, that consciousness. So, all these experiences, I believe we need to understand them better, how it affects our spirituality, how it affects our compassion, our brain, and the role of chakras and kundalinis. I'm not an expert in this, but it has been explained in our shastras. Probably other speakers have better known this. This understanding these chakras and kundalinis, how they affect our levels of consciousness, will give us much more better understanding about it. Probably it will give us better understanding of mental illness, because when we were hearing about our religious, we have Lord Vyasa, Vasishtha, Vishwamitra, they were living for hundreds of years. They never had dementia, they never had psychosis. How they were controlled? So probably this Hinduism or our spiritual religious scripture or knowledge which may have lost, probably bring back better understanding of mental illness and better treatment for them. Briefly, I would like to say yogic consciousness, which I didn't, not part of today's discussion, which provides that spiritual growth and self-realization with Brahma, self, and Par Brahma, can also cause problems with people with maladaptive and dysfunctional consciousness. But some people, they do meditation, they do spiritual, but unless properly guided by a guru or they themselves do that, if it can become maladaptive and dysfunctional. I have few patients, a couple of at least I can say, they were engaged in this online meditation and became so stressful that they started meditating for hours and hours and became very psychotic. I won't take much longer. So, such as psychosis, depression, and anxiety. So, even meditation, which can take you to this rapture and bliss, can also have problems about maladaptive and can increase your stress level. So, we have to be very careful. So, various treatment approaches I would like to say that mental illnesses we do not understand, but I believe these are type of altered state of consciousness, probably better understanding of our scriptures and Vedas will give us knowledge, maybe a cure in the future. Supporting patients positively is a duty of every doctor. We should listen to them, value them, respect them, treat them with dignity, provide sufficient information, never to disrespect them, because by doing that, a lot of help they will achieve, and that will help them in their healing process. So from crisis model to a spirituality of the disease model, that model will help in the longer term. And third is meditation is important and is required. Medication, not meditation, is the medicines are important and required in the acute state, because we shouldn't say medicines, or many people often say that you don't need medication. I believe that is wrong. We need to have medications, especially in the acute state, so that the patients can able to understand the illness, they can be settled, and they will be more ready to take part in their spiritual consciousness, mindfulness, psychological therapy participation. Now, coming back to meditation, the discontinuation of 5 minutes. Discontinuation of the meditation or spiritual practice is necessary when this medication can trigger a mental breakdown or spiritual breakdown experiences. So, ceasing practice temporarily in these situations is a good guidance to asking those people to stop the meditation. You can come back and reintroduce at a later date. And fourth thing is mindfulness. That is, I will stop it here, because it is one part of how we can treat people, and being aware of being mindfulness of yourself, leading to understanding your consciousness. Thank you very much. I would stop here. Like to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. You have explained in detail about consciousness and different. You cited three case studies also. You spoke about autism, dementia, that is psychosis, and some treatment approaches also. And however, no doubt, presentation is excellent. But one question is coming from Krishna Keshav. He's interested to ask one question. So I request and invite Krishna Keshav to ask a question to Devakant Behera. So Krishna Keshav ji.
Namaste, Dr. Behera. Yes, so I wrote one little lengthy response in the chat. Basically, so at the Princeton Bhaktivedanta Institute, our serving director, Dr. Bhimadeva Puri, has pointed out that when we talk about consciousness, that it's necessary to recognize that consciousness must necessarily imply the content of the consciousness. Sometimes we find in these discussions about consciousness, it becomes a little too abstract, where consciousness is talked about as if it existed without an object or a content. Consciousness means there must be consciousness of something, or consciousness of the self, or consciousness of a world, or conscious of God. like that. So there must be the content of the consciousness, and the nuances that are involved in considering the progression of that content of consciousness from like a modern view. And modern science thinks that objects exist before consciousness, and then consciousness comes along and observes an object which is independent from consciousness. But from a consciousness paradigm, actually we're saying the object is a product of consciousness, and that now through the object, consciousness is learning about its own determinations, how it deals with itself. And that transformation is one where what was initially thought as external, the object being external to consciousness, through deeper consideration and development, consciousness realizes actually the object is being determined by itself. And this might seem a little abstract, but it's the reason why, in let's say the Vedic paradigm, cows can be revered and protected as sources of material and spiritual nourishment. But in Western perspective, cows are seen as commodities for meat products and dairy products and leather products. It's the same object, a cow, but the relationship, what is that cow, is completely different based on the consciousness, right? The object is actually completely different. So this kind of understanding of how the object is being determined by consciousness, if the science can accept that, then much development, positive development, can come even for the medical application.
Absolutely, because say I mean, not only the medicine, as I said, the science, when it comes to understanding consciousness, brain, mind, concept, we are 100 years behind. I think over the years, we lost our spiritual knowledge as well. What probably Vasishtas, Vishwamitras and Kapila Munis well known, that knowledge was lost. Otherwise, I think we would have been cured to many mental illnesses. I personally believe so. But as I said, consciousness is a dynamic concept. We focus mostly on one aspect of it, the phenomenal part. But there is this content part, and it is vast. It is like the galaxy. We know our knowledge is so limited. We get some grains of insight through this Vedanta, this knowledge. But I think the knowledge is so vast. The content of it, understanding it, how it plays, how it manifests in the physical world, how it manifests in the spiritual world, body, soul, mind. Think how we can separate it, and you can self-heal. So that is definitely a great mind-body knowledge, what you have mentioned. Okay, yeah. Oh, yes, yeah. So yeah, I completely agree with that, and there is there's a lot of research probably we need, and that probably Kesavji, I think it will come from your spiritual guidance of we need our rishis and munis and that knowledge, which can blend with the science to provide that ultimate cure.
Sir, 1 minute. Sir, 1 minute.
Yeah, please go ahead. I'm listening.
Sir, there are thousands of patients that you gave the 3 category of patient mental. So in India, lot of people are suffering. There is some remedies with alternatives and Vedic systems. So if your association can help, support, we can treat the Indian patient nicely, sir. This is my proposal, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, I have to leave that room because that was booked for something else. What I understood from your question is that, yes, that is one of the limitations. We have 1.5 billion people, nearly 5 to 10% of them have some kind of mental illness. In Western countries, much more than that. So that comes to crores and crores of people. We do not have that many doctors present. Again, in metros and big cities, there are a lot of doctors compared to areas like Koraput, Malkangiri, I would say that, or even other cities other than Bhubaneswar, the people are so busy. So how much time they can afford in this real world where you need financial resources to support them? It is a challenge. It's a social. So I think more than the doctors, I think society as a whole needs to be understanding about how we need to tend to our people, how we need to care for our people. So I think more than the doctors, teachers, friends, uncles, family members, how we can bring that value system, where the patients can be helped. That is the need of the day, and spiritual guidance as well.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So my humble pranam to you, sir. So thank you so much, sir. Pranam.
Thank you.
And if we find any questions in the future, also definitely we'll send those questions to you. And if you have the time, then you
I think Dr. Pati has raised his hand if he wants to ask any questions, if you have time.
Yes,
It is very late. It is already late.
Dr. Mahapat, I think I don't have time, but I will sum up my comments instead of being questions. We are on this earth, which is a very, very minuscule part of the solar system,
Yes.
which is a very, very minuscule part of the universe. If I am allowed to quote in Uttodiya, one of the stanzas of Bhakti tells, I am just, how can I give a garland to that Supreme in whose neck there are thousands of stars as garlands. Koti koti tara kanthi je manara kejapi kariva sadhya. So we are in this place. That is our existence. And I am a die-hard optimist. I still believe dementia, people's treatment can improve. If at the age 70 dementia is determined and there is 27% improvement with newer drugs like Animap, it is a better thing. Na? We can only improve the lifestyle. We don't cure many diseases. We don't create myopia also. So it is how positively we give to it and how we believe in the divine and how we can percolate that belief. It is difficult, but difficult
Yes, sir.
have to be done. It's quite
Very
difficult.
true. Very true. Very
We cannot treat
Thank you.
myopia. It is a relative grading. And thank you very much. I would like to talk to you. I have asked you in your WhatsApp what is your number. You will be back to me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you,
Nice.
sir. Thanks again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Pranam, sir. Pranam, Mike.
Thank you.
Then I invite Dr. Sujata Paikrai. Dr. Sujata Paikrai from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. She will speak on the topic, Know God Now, Self-Realization Consciousness, the Know God Now. I invite Dr. Sujata Paikrai.
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead. It's, you are visible and the slides are also visible.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Madam, you are not visible. Lights are visible.
You have some problem with sound. Dr. Sujata,
Sir, I'm audible?
audible, but your video is not there. Yes, your face is not there. Slide is
Okay.
okay.
Please unmute your video.
Okay, I'm trying.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My humble pranam to all Shiva Swarupa. Jai Jagannath. My aim in today's talk will be convince you all that God is knowable. God is knowable. Yes. According to Paramahansa Yogananda, God is knowable. You can know Him just now through meditation. Just now you will obtain bliss and freedom from bondage if by clearing of the body awareness you reside on consciousness. This is also told by Ashtavakra. You can find God like a jewel obtained by removing the stone of body awareness and digging deep with spade of intelligence into the soil of mind. The same idea has been expressed in Vijnana Bhairava 102. सर्वज्ञः सर्वकर्ता च व्यापकः परमेश्वर स एव हि सैव धर्मार्थी दाढ्यस्थि वो भवेत्. The highest Lord is omniscient, omnipotent and omnipresent. As I have the characteristic of Shiva, I am that very Shiva. With this strong conviction, one becomes Shiva himself. We started our journey. Slides is not. It is not progress.
No, you send your attachment to Prasan Babu. They will operate from that office.
Okay. We started our journey having concrete verification and observation of consciousness. Realize that the truth, that I am, that consciousness which is spread eternally, everywhere and everything lies within me. Since in the presence and absent of consciousness, a thing exists or disappears. Therefore, in this universe, everything is nothing but consciousness. Now I am telling my own experience. I was floating with a number of such enlightening verses which confirm me in the instantaneous experience of the consciousness. That is Soham. I was thinking that anybody can realize this truth within a very short time. I would like to say some Samvada conversation of Sri Krishna and Arjuna. Next. Yes. Next. Yes. In Gita, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Sri Krishna told to Arjuna, I know that I am God and you are also God. But difference is that I know that I am God which is not known by you. That is that you are God. Ayurveda also saying Sarira Indriya Sattatma Sanjogadhari Jivita. A video is audible, please see na. Sri Krishna, what is Ayurveda saying? Sarira Indriya Sattatma Sanjogadhari Jivita. Sri Krishna and Arjuna both are a combination of Sarira, Indriya, Sattva and Atma. We are also same. Atma with combination. Next. Next. Atma with combination of all mana. The Sarira and Indriyas is responsible for life. The Atma residing in the body, formed by combination of the Panchamahabhuta, Body is conscious. So body is conscious. Indriya, the Atma projects its consciousness through the sense organ, since it is dependent in the Indriyas. I like to say Indriya and consciousness both are interdependent. Atma is the conscious one and all others are consciousless. Atma dominates all other factors because of its consciousness. So Atma is said as Karta. Nirvikara Parastatma Sattva Gunindri Chaitanya Karanam Nitya Drashta Pasyatihi Kriya. Atma is eternal, limitless, and a reason for consciousness. Absolute consciousness is known as Paramatma. Example, the water atoms, the shape of the containers in which it is poured. Similarly, Paramatma attains different forms by its association with the Pancha Mahabhuta. Next. So, how to recognize this consciousness? That is through meditation. Meditation is food for soul. What is meditation? Mindfulness of his rest or repose in the state of a knower is in every case. In all other words, maintaining continuous awareness of knowership is meditation. The common man only mindful on object, not subject. Yogi mindful on their relation. According to Vijnana Bhairava, Yogi mindful on their relation in every bit of knowledge. So here I like to say asana pranayama, jama niyama asana pranayama. These are not only a physical process, but also it has seed of spiritualism hidden in it. Then meditation can open up lid that we have put on for fountain of energy, love and happiness and peace. Next, let's come. Why and how we know about consciousness. No God now has been formulated by Kashmiri Saiviji, who upgrade yourself on higher version. Prathama Pratima Puja Japastrutrani Madhyama Uttama Manasi Puja Soham Puja Uttama Tama. So, Soham Puja is best. First Shiva Sutra says, Chaitanya Atma. Whenever we see anything, hear, touch or smell anything that reminds and indicates us or about our consciousness, which is always on the back of all our perception and activities, there is nothing which we cannot know. Even the non-existent, which excludes the preview of knowledge. Though the meditation experience our own Swarupa, Bodha Swarupa or Shiva Swarupa. Sankaratmaka Spanda Tattvarupam Chaitanam Sarvada Swaprakasam Tadasti Paramarthata. Chaitanya or consciousness is divine and the principle of Spanda, the creative pulsation of delight. That Chaitanya is ever self-luminous and the highest reality. Next, Shiva Sutra 5 says, Udyama Bhairava. That Udyama appears in those who are devoted to him because of their whole attention being concentrated on their inner Bhairava principle. Also another sloka from Vijnana Shiva Sutra. Shakti Chakra Sandhane Vishwa Sanghara. Udyama Bhairava carries you to the highest summit of active consciousness and is found together with the Swatantra Shakti, that is I consciousness of Shiva. By meditating continuously, the mind becomes expert, ignorance remove, it becomes subtle. Then it can see several vibrations. Then vibration get visible. Everything inner and outer became very clear. So your name has been appear in God's gazette. Next. In Mandukya Upanishad, an example here I like to say, Shaunaka, a Mahan Grihastha, a great householder, he was also Aryaputra, duly approaching Rishi Angira in the prescribed manner asked, "What is that Paramatattva, my lord?" By knowing that all this became known, and answer of Rishi Angira was, "That is Brahman, which is present inside you. Through this Brahman, you can know him and also know everything." There are two types of meditation. First one is physical meditation, body. Second one is breathing meditation. Physical meditation is Sharira Prakhya, Savasana, Yoga Nidra comes under physical meditation. The physical meditation, the first step of self-realization is to see the body from head to toes and from toes to head. Stopping of gross external physical activities, relaxation of all voluntary muscles, and slowing down of internal activities like digestive system, etc. Steadiness and a relaxation of the body achieves mental steadiness and a relaxation. The result will be Bhavasuddhi. The vibrates the karmic sarira, that vibrates the karmic sarira. He started realizing the pranadhara flowing in the body. He started realizing the pranadhara flowing in the body. It means mind and prana goes together and stabilize a proper balance for body. The important accomplishment of body meditation is produce faith in the consciousness. As a result, the covering dusty lid from the consciousness gets removed. Here, what is the faith of consciousness? I have the characteristic of Shiva. I am also that very Shiva. One becomes Shiva himself. This is the faith of consciousness. Next, breathing meditation. We used to awaken our consciousness. We want to open our source of power. Breathing meditation is sure and certain device for awakening himself. Breathe is only element which goes into the body and goes out of the body. It is necessary to catch hold the breath to catch hold the mind. Connecting mind with breath and then go in. Connecting mind with breath and then to go in is the beginning of internal trip. Internal trip here is Antaryatra. Practicing both body and breath meditation for sadhaka is opening door for dhyana dharana samadhi sthiti. Practicing body and breath meditation is opening door for dhyana dharana samadhi sthiti. Internal trip means breathe enter into spinal cord. One has to take mind and breathe Shakti Kendra to Jnana Kendra along the path of spinal cord. Here current energy flow in the upward direction. In this way, consciousness become manifest and clear the covering from soul. You can realize yourself. Next. The path of breath is limited from nostril to lungs. Then enter into every cell of the body. But the joining path of the mind is very long and wide. It can go around the universe in any moment. But by alertness of both traveler is mind and breath, remain companion. Breath is reality. It is happening in present time. It is neither past nor future. When we inhale and exhale, we see it at the same time. When we sing the breath in the present, there is no feeling of either like or dislike, because there is no memory or imagination. We live in the present moment, free of like, dislike, memory, and imagination. This is moment of pure consciousness. Now I am going to conclude with a prayer. It is a Hindi composition in a very simple and moving language. This is the initial journey of meditation. You can say this prayer is initial journey of meditation. If you all are listening me mindfully, I assure with the help of pranama, everyone can reach the highest point. So please, everyone, close your eyes and listen me mindfully. Take deep breath. Close your eyes. Rukuti mahala chadha dekhe pyari jagi jyotiya soham japati पहुँचे दशमी द्वारा मेरुदंड में बंकनालहि उलटी गंगा कहावे उसी गंगा में सुनो लो प्यारी, जो कोई घुस कर नहीं प्रणवयान से ऊंचा चढ़कर सुखमणि गढ़ में जावे कनक भान भुला के वहाँ से सोहम गावे वहाँ से ऊंचा बेहद ऊंचा ब्रह्म शिखर पे जावे ओम ध्वनि से चढ़ते चढ़ते निश्चल घुमरी आवे अपने आप अपने में निर्विकल्प निर्वाणी शिवानंद के चेतन जानन
Thank you.
कोटि महल चढ़ देखे प्यारी जागे ज्योति अपारा सोहम जपते जपते पहुँचे दशमी द्वारा. Thank you. Om Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Thank you all.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really, the PPT. Thank you so much for your presentation. No God. Now, my humble pranam to you, madam. My humble pranam. And then I request and invite Sri Rammohan Mishra, the ex-planning member and secretary, Puri Kodaka Development Authority, and he will speak on the topic consciousness as mentioned
in Bhagavad Gita. So I request and invite Sri Ram Mohan Mishra.
Pranam ji. I prefer Bhagavad Gita. Pranam to all first. Consciousness is an English word, but we call it Chaitanya in Sanskrit. And Chaitanya, what we say, because God is Satchidananda Rupoham, this consciousness is a part of, consciousness is all first of all dharma, it is a part of dharma, the eternal truth, and it pervades any outward expressing. And consciousness is not part of any body or mind. It is in our, it is not in our physiology also. And the product of body, and consciousness provides and illuminates the mind and body, enabling to function. It is not limited by our body and mind. Gita, why I prefer? Because Gita is the only scriptures where Bhagavan himself told that Gita Sugita Kartabhya Kimanye Shastra Vistarai Ja Swayam Padmanabhasya Mukha Padmat Vinisruta. Also Gita is Sarvopanishado Gavo Dugdha Gopalananda. Lord himself, Bhagavan himself has told that only one Gita if you read, other scriptures, other things you need not, because it is, what we say, it is like a streaming from the mouths of Lord himself, God. And if all the scriptures are like cows in the world, and if we milk the cows, then this cream part of it, all the milks are, and it is the cream made by Gopal Nandan himself. This is the cream part of all the scriptures in the world. Consciousness or Chaitanya, or what we can say Atma, in Gita clearly it is mentioned at many places by Lord himself. He has told that there are so many definitions are there. Avinasi, it is called Avinasi. Some in one sloka it is written, Avinasi tu tad vidhi jena sarva midam tatam. Means, yes sir, let me tell some Hindi or Sanskrit also, because English cannot express the pure meaning of Gita. Some parts it is not totally vyakta. It is not explainable. It is not to be explained in English purely, actually, because English is not the substitute of, there is no substitute to Sanskrit or Hindi in English at many places. So, it is Abhinasi. That means it cannot be destroyed. Tad vidhi, that you know, or to Arjun he has told that you know that this Atma or consciousness is not vinash rahit hota hai. It is not destructed. Isko jano ki this is not to be destroyed. And abhyav, there is no birth to it, there is no end to it. That means Sanatan. So let me tell that आत्मा ये जो है ये अन्वय वस्तु निर्देशक नहीं है. ये जो नाम रूप में पृथक वस्तुएं दिख पड़ती है वह पृथक नहीं है. यह आत्मा ही है। हेलो, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay. And it is आत्मा ही है जो सब में है, और there is no other thing in the world which pervades except आत्मा। एक आत्मसत्ता ही नाना रूप में सब में स्फुरित हो रहा है। Only the consciousness is pervading throughout, inside and outside. That is what he has told. What we say, if it is inside, then it is also at the outside also. Like समुद्र में असंख्य तरंगें दिखलाई देने पर भी तरंग समूह समुद्र के साथ एकाकार में ही अवस्थित है। So many waves are there in the sea, but it is all in the sea. And if the waves are not there also, the sea will be there, like that. This consciousness in the universe is in that way. It is so. If this consciousness is not नाशशील नहीं है, इसका प्रमाण क्या है? जैसे कि हम लोग when we sleep we are there, but when we wake up we tell that we don't know that we know that we were sleeping, but I was there, but we were not aware of when we were sleeping. मैं हूं यह समझना संभव नहीं होता। अतएव उत्पत्ति और विनाश आत्मा के धर्म नहीं हो सकते। जो आत्मा है यह सत्य और नित्य है तथा अविनाशी है। Those who are very what we say intellectual persons, when we see the Jagat Prapancha Maya, by Maya we see different things in the world, but actually through a process of what we say meditation or any means, whatever is told by all gurus in the world, they can overcome the Maya and they can see this consciousness and they can realize it. For that, there is no boundary to that. Those boundaries are मन और बुद्धि ना रहे तो देश काल आदि का अस्तित्व ना रहेगा, और इसके साथ साथ नाम रूप भी मिट जाएगा। अंतकरण का प्रवाह रुद्ध होने पर देश काल का ज्ञान नहीं होता। When we cease to think, or antakaran, any imagination or whatever, when we stop thinking, when we become a manasunya avastha, then only that means the worldly things disappear, then the God's world starts. Then only that Swayam Prakash Jyoti Rup Atma, that Atma Shakti, that is realized. But जब तक अंतकरण का प्रवाह चलेगा तब तक आत्मा का अस्तित्व समझ में नहीं आएगा। अंतकरण के प्रवाह निरुद्ध होने पर वह स्वयं प्रकाशित हो जाता है। आत्म स्वरूप का ज्ञान तभी परिस्फुट जान पड़ेगा जब मन, बुद्धि, अहंकार कुछ भी नहीं रहेगा। That's why that Jagat Bodhaya, that worldly awareness stops at that part. That worldly दृष्टि, जगत दृष्टि, जगत स्वरूप, जगत का जो सत्य स्वरूप में बोध होने पर भी युक्ति द्वारा समय नहीं जान पड़ेगा। यह तथ्य है, यह सत्य है या असत, इसको अनिर्वचनीय भी कहते हैं। परंतु ज्ञान दृष्टि संपन्न योगी के सामने यह निश्चय पूर्वक जान पड़ता है कि जगत के अस्तित्व का बोध होता है, वह निराधार है। इन छांदोग्य श्रुति उपनिषद में इट इज ऑल्सो टोल्ड, सदैव सम्यद अग्र आसीद एकम एवा द्वितीयम। वो सम्य, दिस जगत, दिस दृश्यमान जगत प्रपंच उत्पत्ति, before that also that satya swarup atma, that consciousness was there, and that is only one in the world, and that is advitiya hai. There is nothing second to that. That is only pervading in this world. If that is only pervading in this world, then where do this world come from? This jagat, this existence of jagat or this world is just like a, what is it is told in our scriptures, Upanishad, रज्जु में सर्प बोध के समान ज्ञान होता है. We see what we say, we see a rope and we think that this is a snake, but it is actually a rope. That so like that our mind conceives the worldly affair as a snake, but it is actually not a snake, it is a rope. So in that way we are all illusions by this maya and malinata in our heart. When we see the truth, then this illusions goes out, and we see this Atma Satta and we realize it, and this illusion of snake, it disappears. Only for this, when prana, indriya, man or buddhi, when they ceases their activities, that Atma Swarup का ज्ञान शुद्ध बुद्धि में आवासित होता है. इससे यह सिद्ध हुआ कि सद असद वस्तु का अस्तित्व ही नहीं है, क्योंकि यह त्रिकाल में विद्यमान नहीं, और जब परावस्था में सारे वस्तुओं का अभाव हो जाता है तब भी सत्ता मात्र सद वस्तु का अभाव नहीं होता. अतएव जो क्रिया जो साधन नहीं करते वे आत्मा भाव रूपी स्थिर पद को जान नहीं सकते. इसी कारण जगत भ्रम उसका कभी नहीं मिटता. Only that principle that follows is that is why it is written chitta vritti nirodha. When the chitta vritti gets seized through pranayam, asan, jam, niyam, pranayam, dharana, dhyana, samadhi, that ashtanga yoga, through ashtanga yoga one can realize that consciousness or atma, because by that chitta vritti nirodha, cessation of that chitta vritti gets realized. For that it is also, there are systematic approach to achieve that state. One is first fundamental state is there is a principle, chale baate chalat chittam nischale nischalo bhave. It is when you breathe in and out, then the mind plays its role. When your breathing ceases, then your mind stops. This is a wonderful philosophy and very difficult to imagine by many people also. But it happens. The outward pranadhara, that vayu, they are stopped. This is also written in our Yoga Darshan. Prachardana vidharana bhyam va pranasya. That prana, that prana in outerly we can say it vayu. Vayu के प्राण प्रच्छदन और विधारण खींचने, breathing in and breathing out, when you practice that through a long practice, you get sthirata. That means you become tattvatit, and tattvatit Purush, those who are beyond that tattva and indriyas, they becomes brahmagya. And that is why we take a lot of baths also. That is what also in Gita it is mentioned. In another sloka it is written, Yantavanta ime deha nitya bhukta saririna anasino prameyasya tasmat judhyasva bharata. To Arjun, Bhagavan has told that this body is antavanta. This body will has its time. This will have its end. शरीर का नाश होता है जिस प्रकार बुदबुद का नाश होता है. बुदबुद means that bubbles in the water. The bubbles are vanished and it mingles with the water. But again it becomes water. And again the bubbles are produced. जब तक when there is air in the water, then the bubbles are produced. When the air goes out, like our body, when the air goes out, prana goes out, we again go to that consciousness, that Atma, that because Atma is Avinashi and there is no comparison to that. And that is called Brahma also. And this body is destroyed, but that Atma, that thing is not, that is eternal. And if you think that if the body is destroyed and will get mukti, it is not possible, because there are so many bodies with you. What we see in physical sense, the sthula body, that is not the only body you have. We have 5 bodies with us. At least Panchakosa, that we call it Panchakosa. Annamaya Kosa, that is our sthula body. And when we die, our sthula sharir is destroyed only. Again 2 bodies are there, Sukma sharir, ya Pranamaya Kosa, then Monomaya Kosa, Vijnanamaya Kosa, and Karan sharir, ya Anandamaya Kosa. When there is any body, if you have, there is no mukti, there is no self-realization or salvation, what we say. And this, we form the body because we have a lot of vasana. Vasana means desires. And that desires and Sukma Sharir, it again produces a physical body after it is destroyed also. That is what we call as Punarjanma. Antavanta ime deha. Ime deha, that means there are so many bodies, ime deha. It is not one deha, it is ime deha. Ye sare sharir. Antavanta means they are maranshila. And as per one's karma, they create another body. They attract another body, and as per their karma, they form another body and they again gets birth. For that, God has advised, you have to try to get rid of these bodies, not one body. And that is why God has told that Krishna Bhagavan has advised that this human body is not for any enjoyment. This is given by God for tapasya, and for which we can get salvation. Otherwise, there are 84 jonis, 84 types of 84 crores joni, we have, and through that we come to this human body, and human body is only capable to get salvation. And for that there is a procedure, that Ashtanga yoga, what we say, and for that we have to adapt to that, and through asana, jama niyama, asana, pranayam, that is the only way we can go through it. Otherwise also there are ways, but this is the basic way. If you cannot you cannot escape out of that, and that is why we are also told that if you say that I will not do that, then you will be a slave of your body, and you will have to भोग करना पड़ेगा. ये प्रवृत्ति के द्वारा जो है ये भोग करना पड़ेगा. सर्वम परवशम दुखम सर्वम आत्मवशम सुखम. If you are attached to your atmastha, then you will be sukhi, or you will be happy, and you will be peaceful, and you will get rid of your body. As get rid of your bodies means this bodily, whatever dukkha or whatever kashta, whatever klesha we get, only through body and mind. And if you are getting rid of your body and mind, then you have achieved that state, and you realize that consciousness, Atma. So I think this will go endless. At this point we should stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your nice presentation. You touched so many aspects from Bhagavad Gita and other scriptures. And you spoke on the consciousness as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. Really.
But it is better.
You elaborated a lot from different parts.
Within a very short time, it is difficult to elaborate a very unlimited. For this regarding Atma, it is just not possible for a person to speak anything in a limited period and in a meeting like this.
This short span of time is very difficult.
It is a question of realization. It is not actually it is a question of realization. It is not a subject for expression only, but somehow we should discuss about it.
Absolutely right. It's a matter of realization. But one thing is that to realize we need some sort of knowledge.
Exactly. This is our first stage. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Pranam.
Then we have with us the last speaker, Dr. Sumangala Silpi Saxena. She is the servitor scientist. She is Chaitanya Shastra Institute of Spiritual Culture and Science. She is Chaitanya Shastra Institute, Navadip, West Bengal. And she will speak on why is consciousness not generated through chemical process, but rather chemical processes are an abstract concept that exists within the realm of consciousness. Very nice topic she has selected to present before us. So I request Dr. Sumangala, servitor scientist, Chaitanya Shastra Institute. Madam, my humble pranam to you. I know you were busy on the road for which you couldn't be able to present your paper in time, but however, you reached at your home before time. However,
sorry for actually, we are traveling actually, and just we reached, and in a remote village area we are here. and it was really very difficult.
Thank you so much.
Yes, yes, I will try to, yeah. Present. Yes, it is. Is it? Can you see? Visible? Is it visible?
It's visible, and you are also visible, slides are visible, audible, everything is going on.
Okay, thank you. Yes, first of all, I want to offer my humble obeisances for my Divine Master. And Om Agyanti Mirandhasya Gyananjana Shalakya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurve Namaha Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Lankayate Girim Yatkrupattam Vande Shri Gurdina Taranam. I want to offer my heartiest obeisances to my Divine Master, Om Vishnupad Shri Bhakti Nishkam Shanta Maharaj, and for his tirelessly guiding me and elevate my consciousness with some significant knowledge and connecting me and giving me the shelter of highly realized saints and souls like Srila Bhakti Madhapuri Maharaj and Srila Bhakti Sarup Damodar Goswami Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada and Srila Acharji Maharaj and Srila Bhakti Vignan Muri Maharaj and also Srila Keshav Prabhu. And I also would like to express my heartiest thanks to the organizer, Dr. Prasanna Kumar Mahapatra and Dr. Devdas and all other dignitaries. My humble Dandavat Pranam to all. My topic is, as you know, this topic is just I'm trying to actually put here from some authentic sources from Sadhu and Shastra. I could get some understanding how matter and life comes from life. And my topic and the topic of my talk is why is consciousness not generated through chemical process, but rather chemical process are an abstract concept that exists within the realm of consciousness. When we talk about consciousness, we must know the consciousness belongs to whom, because without the relation of the entity to consciousness, we cannot talk about consciousness, because consciousness belongs to a soul, and consciousness is the fundamental inferential proof of soul, just like sunshine is the inferential proof of sun. According to Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavad Gita chapter 2, shlok number 20, and purport by Srila Prabhupada, he has given and mentioned in his purport that the soul is full of knowledge or full of always with consciousness, and therefore consciousness is the symptom of the soul. Even if one does not find the soul within the heart, because as per the examination of medical practitioners or doctors, they could not find the soul in the heart, but it is situated, and it can be only inferentially you can say proved that that there is a soul with only by the presence of consciousness. Sometimes for example, sometimes we do not find the sun in the sky owing to cloud or for some other reasons, but the light of the sun in sunshine is always there, and we can convince that it is there daytime, right? As soon as there is a little light in the sky, and we can say that yes, there is morning and this is daytime, and it is the sunshine of the sun. And according to the Srimad Bhagavad Gita chapter 13 and 34, it is confirmed that Krishna says to Arjuna that, "O Bharata, this is the soul." In brief, we can see that the inferential proof of the existence of soul is consciousness. And why we can think that why this concept that my topic is explaining about that why this concept that consciousness can be generated through the chemical process, why this concept arise. This conscious, due to some ancient scientific theories, like there is some scientist, Leucippus and Democritus. He proposed that matter consists of indivisible, indestructible, and unchangeable particles like atom and molecules, and whole physical world is created from this primary matter only. He was like he theorized this. Chemist Christopher Glasser, he described that chemistry as a scientific art. Chemistry, he mentioned that chemistry is a scientific art by which one can learn the dissolve of physical bodies and draw different substances on their composition from them, and learn to unite them again and with some higher perfection. They think that we can dissolve some lower species of living organism, and then they can prepare with some more perfection. They can prepare some higher species. They think like that. Epicurus and Charvak believe that consciousness is the byproduct of chemical combination. These all scientific theories pose to some modern scientists that the consciousness can be generated through the chemical processes. Epicurus and Charvak believe that consciousness is byproduct of chemical combination of different material substances like different atoms or molecules, and thus in concept with the dissolution of physical body, neither soul and nor consciousness remain, as we can see in some of the sects and some of the peoples and some different kind of leaders explain that this life is the only life. There is, if when we die, there's no another birth, and there is nothing can remain, no soul and no consciousness and there is no next birth. They explain like that. They misguide the we can say the innocent public or innocent peoples. And this is also one reason why modern scientists think that consciousness can be generated through the chemical process, because these scientists, a German chemist Friedrich Hohler, he synthesized urea from ammonium cyanide. He showed in his experiment that molecules of life are nothing but chemicals, because he can synthesize that particular chemical which is the byproduct of the living organism. And this is also the main cause, because to understand that consciousness can be generated through the chemical process, because the scientists, or you can say some biologists also, when they analyze the living entity or living organism, they found that the living organism is so we can say in this connection there is a statement of Francis Crick, the co-discoverer of the structure of DNA molecule. The ultimate of the modern movement in biology is to explain all biology, any organism, living organism, and the cognitive behavior of the living organism in the term of physics and chemistry. In this way, the modern scientists followed a path of dissecting a biological system into their constituent parts to find an effective explanation for the chemical basis of the various living processes or living organisms. And scientists, when they studied the living organism, they proclaimed that 99% of mass of the basic unit of life is composed of all elements like carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, sulfur, whereas rest 1% include elements like calcium, iron, zinc, sodium, potassium, and chlorine, selenium, iodine, and a very small amount of molybdenum, manganese, fluorine, and chlorine. In this way, they think that yes, if the living entity or living organism is made up of all completely chemical, then all the cognitive behavior and all the cognitive function, activities, all are just only due to some chemicals or chemical processes. This was the actually the idea of the modern scientists. But they forget, because they forget the spatial characteristics of living organism or the life. Like living organism display numerous goal-oriented and teleological activities such as self-determination, self-formation, self-preservation, self-reproduction, self-restitutions, which demonstrate that they differ fundamentally from the any chemical system inanimate, because the chemical system cannot do anything independently. Living organisms are wonderful entities in this physical world, able to perform in a highly coordinated and regulated way thousands of chemical reactions at the same time, and with high specificity is a very crowded in a very crowded molecular environment. The in living organism, they the chemical reaction, because they do wonderful job, wonderful work, because the direction and the control mechanism is controlled by the some living entity, meaning soul, we can say in this, because without soul or with a dead body has all the composition of chemicals, but that is not never show any cognitive behavior, any conscious activity. Life, however, achieves an impressive diversity using only a selected set of chemical components that might be eventually combined in polymers, able to drive specific biological processes and to transfer information. But mind it, these all cognitive properties can only be reflected by the living entity and not by any kind of atom, molecules, and any kind of chemical process. In this connection, uh, uh, mm, Francis Crick wrote a book, The Astonishing Hypothesis, in which he said that a person's mental activities are entirely due to the behavior of nerve cells and the atoms, ions, and molecules that make them up and influence them. But if we see that if the astonishing hypothesis is correct, then we should be able to list the biochemical process that generate consciousness. If we do a thorough job, and then we are done. There should be no more mystery about the origin of consciousness, and the more and more and no more need to imagine that some non-material force or soul is needed if we are able to generate conscious property through some chemical process, right? But it is not possible. It is explained by our modern scientists that uh, like František Baluska, if you read the articles of František Baluska and our Brian Ford and also J.C. Shapiro work, we can understand clearly that that the function are the function behind the all conscious activity, or the reason behind the all conscious activities is different. It is not uh, the all the conscious activities. The reason of the all conscious activities is not the chemical process, but something is there which is very different, and modern science, unless they will not come to the and the understanding that there is something higher which is beyond the matter, right? uh, they cannot comprehend that what is behind all that. This is only possible if they come uh, with an understanding that there is an ancient science which explain these all things. As we see in this slide, in US National Research Council Space Studies Board in 1990, they they give a challenge and a question, and they said that origin of life scientists should undertake a re-examination of biological monomer synthesis, because the origin of life scientists in modern time, they think that all the life, because all life are made up of chemicals, that mean the life come from matter. Like, but there was so many flaws in their experiment, in their process, and in their theories. On the basis of these all unsuccessful experiment, U.S. National Research Council Space Studies recommend that there should be a re-examination of biological monomer synthesis under primitive Earth-like environment as revealed in current model of the early Earth. Some modern scientists re-examined this idea, and they found that proposed hypothetical conditions are insufficient for life's origin on early Earth. And they raising some fundamental questions such as where did the chemicals come from? What caused their release? What is the source of all the matter and energy? How can simplicity become complexity and without any external effort? Where did the physical laws and chemical properties appear? These all questions were arise when they examine the living entity and their process, their function, their cognitive behavior, their conscious activities, and they come up with some these questions. Where did the chemical come from? If the consciousness is generated through the chemical, then that chemical, and where did that chemical come from, and what causes their release, and what is the source of all matter energy, and how can simplicity become complexity without any external effort? Where did the physical law and chemical properties appear? How do we explain the design, complexity, fine-tuning inherent in the spiral galaxies, solar system and stars? These are all questions raised and could not be answered without the Vedic science, you can say. And we also see in this slide that the inanimate things can be explained through the law of motion, but the animate any living entity mean living entities cannot be explained with the law of motion. They are, because they are self-guided, and self-guided again are the property of some consciousness, right? Even insignificant unicellular living entities are self-guided and can utilize millions of special molecules dedicated for specific responsibility within a functional cell. Advanced cellular biology now confirms that a functional cell is made up of sophisticated network of co-dependent biomolecules. Many of these molecules are only observed in biological cells and not anywhere else in the nature. Biological systems and living entity display astonishing accomplishment not because of an exceptional form of chemistry, but because the sentient creature can control chemical process, but chemical process cannot control the sentient creature, right? Living entity, because the living entity is self-guided, but chemical process or chemicals are guided by the living entities. As we see in this next slide, that free will is also, it is not a property of any kind of matter, chemical cannot think. Chemicals are not intelligent. They cannot do anything without any proper direction and without any controlled reaction. But in the case of living entity can do, as we see in the previous slide, that they are self-guided and they have free will, living entity. But chemicals do not have any independent decision, dependent intelligence, because they are not conscious. As we see in this slide, the most sophisticated brain simulation are unlikely to produce conscious feeling, but brain, when the living entity, we can say the living organism, then only they can express the cognitive or conscious activities or feelings, like love, hate, happy moment, disappointment, depression, enthusiasm. These are all the properties of the living entity, you can say, because you cannot explain the feeling of love through some chemical reaction. We cannot explain the feeling of hatred with some through some chemical reaction. You cannot explain, even you cannot identify, you cannot analyze, right? Next, we can see the metabolic homeostasis. It is also studied by Arvind Schrödinger, that this is the very unique activities or unique properties of the living entity. It is very conscious, because without consciousness, these process or these can say function cannot be happen in any entity. Yeah, because when a body is living, all the functions and all the processes, metabolism, or all processes can be shown. But when that particular, entity become dead or body become dead, then these all function cannot be shown or reflected, because there will be no consciousness in the dead body. And if the body is dead, then it is not possible that if we inject some we try to inject some chemical and we can make that dead body alive. And it is a clear indication that any chemical process cannot make a dead body live. And in this reference, we can also understand that if we cannot that matter cannot create, or matter cannot be the cause of any living if any body is dead, and chemical cannot be a cause to make that body live in living condition, then how it is possible that any chemical process and any chemical reaction can generate consciousness? Because if it is so, then there is many robot that we are in current advancement of the science and technology. We can see AI, artificial intelligence. If the consciousness can be injected through some chemicals, then it is very easy to make that robot conscious, right? But it is not possible. Scientists are working, because they don't know that the consciousness is the property of the soul. We see in this slide that metabolism includes a set of all chemical reactions that occur within a living system, and it is often formally limited to those reactions that are controlled by catalysts encoded by the genome of a system. And these all are these are all chemical reaction is only going on inside the living body consciously. And we see in this slide the conscious mean when that living entity enter into the womb, uterus, then the living entity, because that living entity has a soul, they know, because due to the intrinsic teleology, they know where and when the eye will develop, where the ear will develop, where the lungs, where the hands and legs will develop. They all know due to the intrinsic teleology, right? This is not the process of some. This is not the. We cannot define this process through any chemical process, right? This is only due to the soul, presence of soul, because the consciousness is the inferential proof of the soul, and these all activities are going on. In this slide, we see the our Srila Bhakti Madhavpuri Maharaj, in one of his article. I read that, and he's a founder of Bhakti Vedanta Institute, and he mentioned in one of his articles that what is that move the dead matter, right? Dead matter into the action. As he said that Aristotle called the actualizing the force of entelechy. This is the force or entelechy inside the living organism, and particularly we call it teleology. And it means the purpose or the end of the sense, because our organism know. In this slide we can see seeds know what kind of seed it is. papaya seed or mango seed or whatever seed, and that seed will develop into the particular kind of tree. And and in this organism we see zygote. No, all intelligence they have that or zygote have, and due to teleological characteristic, due to teleology, intrinsic intelligence, intrinsic teleology, that a zygote knows that and what kind of organism that zygote will be developed. But in the case of chemical reaction or chemical process, they do not have any intelligence, and we cannot expect that they can produce or generate conscious entity. There is some video, but I will not I am unable to play because there is very weak internet. In this video, we see that I will try. We see that very minute activities inside the cell. These are going on. These activities cannot be explained by any chemicals and by any kind of chemical process. You see, I will show just for a sub seconds if it will work. Can see, we have seen that in this video there was very minute cellular functions is going on. We cannot think that these cellular functions are can be explained with some chemical process or some chemical reaction, right? We can see how complex functions are going on inside a tiny cells inside a living body, right? This kind of Srila Bhakti Nishkam Shantam Maharaj has explained that life is essentially cognitive, conscious, and which is fundamental, manifests itself in the gradation form of all sentient and insentient nature, and in contrast to the idea of objective evolution of bodies and envisioned by Darwin and followers Vedanta advocate, the idea of subjective evolution of consciousness as the developing principle of the world. Because we are talking about consciousness, not the any kind cannot be developed or cannot be generated through any chemical processes, and because consciousness, because it is belongs to consciousness is an inferential proof of soul, and soul all the cognitive symptoms and cognitive behavior, these are all conscious and consciousness, and because there is a soul. And in here in this slide, James Shapiro, he also mentioned in one of his research paper, all living cells are cognitive, that all living cells sense and respond to change in external or internal conditions. Without that cognitive capacity, they could not obtain nutrition essential for growth, survive inevitable ecological changes, or correct accidents in the complex process of reproduction. And these are all because living entities are the conscious and cognitive. They show cognitive behavior. And this František Baluska is also he explained about the cognitive behavior of the living cells and plant cells. And there is one of article by Shri Bhakti Vigyan Muni Maharaj. He's also explained the cognitive behavior, and I'm going to complete and conclude my talk. There are some scientists, they all confirm by their research studies that that brain, even we can, some people or some scientists say that the consciousness can be generated through some chemicals that from that releases through the brain, but the brain food and some scientists, most scientists, they studied and analyzed many things, and they confirm in their research article that the consciousness is not the product of any brain process or any kind of matter inside our body. This is the all cognitive, and other, and she's also explained about the plants, and Shri Bhakti Adapuri Maharaj is also explained that the Copenhagen interpretation, if we say that a quantum theory provides knowledge about our observation and measurement of the world rather than describing an objective reality independent of observation. This means that the theory is more about what we can say about nature based on our conscious experience rather than what nature is in itself. And further, we see some scientists have also explained that some very unicellular bacteria is also intelligent. It also shows very unique characteristics and unique function inside the body in cell. And he's also he's also explained his experiments. And in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, it is mentioned that why scientists are thinking that this consciousness is maybe a chemical consciousness can be generated through a chemical process, because they analyze that living body is made up of all chemicals, then body is already totally made up of matter, and matter can produce the consciousness. But in Srimad Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, it is given Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, 7th chapter, 5th shlok, and in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, 18th chapter, 61 shlok, that this is very significant. Yantra rudhani mayaya. We are riding on a machine that is made up of matter, but if we accepting machine as myself, this is called samohita. When we accept that body is myself, I am the body. And if you think that you are running a car and you think that you are a car, that is foolishness, because we are not body, we are a soul. It is confirmed by the Srimad Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. And this is concluding remark, that soul is the soul. The consciousness is the inferential proof of the soul, and soul cannot be generated through any chemical process. Rather, the chemical process is coming from through the conscious and living conscious entity. Thank you. And this is my acknowledgement, and deeply indebted with my divine masters for this wonderful study. Thank you.
Realization that nothing has to explain consciousness. So one question I may invite from the participant side. If you have any question, you can ask to any question from participants. Only one question we are going to invite. Right. May request to Dr. Subhagara, if it is possible, the path of yours basically answers the questions that the participants in the future. If you find any question from the participant side, and chat box or towards definitely I will send those questions to you, and if you find time, please give the answers to those questions.
Yes. Thank you.
reached at the last part of this seminar, that is today, that the 6-day seminar. We are going to complete the 6-day seminar of third international conference on consciousness. So, no doubt it is already a little bit late. So I invite and request Dr. Manisha Tripathi, Head Department of Philosophy, Salapur Autonomous College, Salapur, to propose a vote of thanks. I request Dr. Manisha Tripathi. I request Dr. Manisha Tripathi, Head Department of Philosophy, Salapur Autonomous College, Salapur, to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. Pranam to everybody. Good evening to everyone present here. I am the...
You are not visible, madam.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Sir, am I visible? Sir?
Yes, 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 you are visible and audible.
Pranam to everybody. Good evening to everyone present here. It is both an honor and a privilege to deliver a vote of thanks in such an enlightening international seminar on consciousness. On behalf of the organizing committee, on behalf of the Art of Bliss, I would first like to extend my vote of thanks to everybody and heartful gratitude to our distinguished speakers for sharing their profound insights and perspectives on the intricate subject of consciousness. Though consciousness from various standpoints it has various meaning, but our speakers try to give us enlightenment from different points. So your thought-provoking presentations and have not only make our understanding more deeper, but also it makes us curiosity or exploration in future. Then also I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the respected guests, to the respected panelists, to the respected members who enlightened us today in the today evening with a more noble experience of their own. And your expertise has added immense value to this seminar. And my special words of thanks also goes to our participants and attendees from all around the globe. Though as it is an international seminar, so your active engagement, questions and reflections have made this seminar truly interactive and impactful. So, on behalf of the organizing committee, on behalf of the Art of Bliss, we are deeply thankful to our all the members present here, all the supporting staff, all the meticulous planning and flawless execution of this online event. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, the SADASHIV, Central University of Sanskrit, PURI, and for making this seminar possible. Your contribution have been invaluable. So, conclude, let us take forward the knowledge and inspiration for today, not for today, but for future. So, the mysteries of consciousness will come to us in future again and again, and we will try to solve it from our own point of view with a global view. Then, thank you. We must look forward for a future meeting, for our future events, not only for tomorrow, but also for years and years. Thank you everybody. Once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Manisha Tripathi. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks to the research persons. So, thanks. My humble pranam to all of you. Humble pranam to all of you. So, today we reached at the conclusion stage. So now, the 6th day of international seminar. 6th day of the seminar on that is of third international seminar on consciousness is over.